Morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Has the live stream started? Does anyone know? Chris, has the live stream started? Do we start? Well, if the live stream has started, welcome to everyone watching. If the live stream hasn't started, welcome to everyone in the room. And I'll just pad for time until we know what's going on. I've got a lot of stuff to read out. We're good to go? Oh, we are live. All right. Welcome to the travel category at the 2025 Iris Awards. Iris Awards, of course, sponsored by Canon, and the travel category specifically sponsored by Lakestone Lodge. Thank you very much. My name is Jace Blair. I will be your panel chair, and with me on the panel is Ange Murray. You probably won't hear her voice because she just told me she definitely categorically does not want to talk on this microphone. Okay, so we've got a few things to get through, a bit of stuff to chat about. The category description for this category. The travel category celebrates photography that captures the essence of a place, its people, and the experiences that unfold during travel. This category highlights images that document destinations, landscapes, and cultures while telling a compelling story through the atmosphere and unique characteristics of the location. Shush, Carolina. Good morning. Would you like to say hi to the live stream? No, thank you.
You're live streaming already?
Yeah, we're going. We're starting. I'm reading the category description. That's why I'm telling you to be quiet. The intent of the travel category is to capture the atmosphere, culture, and unique experiences of a destination or journey. Images should tell a story, showcasing the real and natural aspects of the location, whether through landscape, people, or cultural elements. This category rewards work that expresses the photographer's personal perspective and vision of the place or experience, revealing their unique viewpoint and style, inspiring a sense of adventure, exploration, and cultural appreciation. The goal is to showcase images that ignite curiosity and provide a deep connection to the destination, its people, and their way of life, offering a visual narrative that captures the soul of a place. There's a bit more. Subject matter-wise, photographs should illustrate a destination or culture and communicate an element of travel, even if the location is local. Travel photography may encompass a variety of subjects, including landscapes, people, cultural practices, customs, and historical sites. The images should evoke a sense of place or reference to the feeling of a specific time and location. The work should reflect the natural state of the land, people, or environment, and may include documentary-style imagery or more creative interpretations of travel. This is a minimal editing category. These categories celebrate in-camera captures while allowing minor post-production adjustments that enhance the image while preserving the original capture. May utilize in-camera creative techniques such as intentional camera movement and multiple exposure photography. Only tiny distractions can be removed, ensuring the image remains true to the original capture, and composites are not allowed. Reminder to judges, in order to stick to time, please remember that to only add new information in the discussion rather than repeating what has already been said. You've been told that we keep repeating that, ironically, but just another reminder. And for printed entries, it is normal for there to be minor imperfections in mat boards, paper, dust spots and flecking, etc. You know to disregard all that. You guys know the drill by now after a good day yesterday. Okay. That is all of that stuff. So that means I need to get back to my list. Now it is time to begin the run-through for the travel category, which, Ange, I believe you get to press play on that slideshow in front of you there. Hang on, just wait. Yeah, we did. Oh, hang on. We broke it. Stand by. Technical issue. Oh, it's the video. You just had to press it again. Oh, okay. Don't believe me, just watch. All right. That is the run through. Yeah, if you little clap. Judges have any exclusions that they wish us? Any additional exclusions that haven't been recorded? No? All happy? Very good. So our judges for this category, we have Tony Stewart, Rebecca Kempton, Mike Langford, Jackie Rankin, Tracy Scott, Francis Suter, Roger Wanless, Jeremy, I can't read your last name, Burns, thank you. This is very small text, and Craig Turner Bullock. And to start off this category, I would like to invite Tracy. Actually, have we got your tag? And while you're standing up, you can jump on the panel. And also, Jer, Mike, Francis, and Tony. Yeah. We're already on nickname basis. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Grab a seat, find your name in the list, settle yourself in. It's a longish category today. Judges, if at any point you have any issues, concerns, let me know. If you need any refreshments, if you need a break, we're here to help. And the rest of my lovely judges, if you can stay around or let me know if you're leaving the room. Everyone all logged in? Ready to rock and roll? How are we doing out the back? Are you guys ready to go? Yeah? Oh, great. Awesome. Well, without further ado, we will... oh, hang on. Actually, no. With further ado, I'll just make sure that I've clicked my buttons at this end. Yeah, there are none. Oh, yeah, the system works. And... I can't see you guys logged in at present, but we'll see. Yeah, I think that's okay. All right, I think. It doesn't show up. Yeah. I'm just checking my brain is working. All right. Can we have the first image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 75. All pretty happy with there. I would appreciate a comment. That is a bronze award. Love a comment. Tracy, you ready? Yeah.
I think I'm on. Just to improve the image, I think there's some very strong highlights very close to the edges, which are dragging the eye out of the frame. So just a little more thought on post-production and just getting that composition within the frame.
Thanks, Tracy. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, the print scores an 80 average. That is a silver award. Francis, have you got a comment for the photographer?
Absolutely. A well seen landscape gives us a sense of place as well, with the hut in the foreground. It travels well. Your eye sort of goes right from the two diagonals, from the from the left to the right, and then up to the corner. So you get to see the whole image. Just to improve it, I think the orange on the autumn trees is a little bit oversaturated, so I think that could come down a little bit so it doesn't pop quite as much.
Thank you, Francis. Some of our judges have already disappeared, and I was preparing to do an early judge swap, and now I don't have the judge I was going to bring in. So, Francis, would you like to take a break? I know you've only judged 2 prints, but we're swapping early and swapping often, and we'll get Kempton in. I was going to bring Jack in, but Rebecca Kempton, everybody, welcome to the panel. We're going to go for a regular cadence of swapping judges, so good word, eh? Yeah, that's a challenge. All right, so thank you, judges, and can we have the next image, please? Yeah, it's just going real slow, sorry team. Thank you team. The print sitting at 83. Tracy's going to challenge that.
I've scored this 87. I think it's been printed beautifully, handled beautifully, and I really, we're talking about travel, and I love that contradiction of these people in their absolutely traditional outfits on their modern cell phones. It's talking about customs, it's talking about the people of a land, and it shows very strongly how that is changing and how we're becoming very one culture. They're wearing all the appropriate clothes, but their actions, their traditions are changing, and it's quite a sad, I think it's quite a poignant, quiet but poignant image, and I think it deserves a bit higher than that.
Thanks, Tracy. Mike, you were sitting down the lower end of the scoring range.
I gave the 78. I thought it was a well-captured image. Your story about culture has slightly missed the mark in that this is tourists dressed up as in traditional gear to be photographed. And that's what happens in Japan all the time. In fact, most cultures these days do this. I don't see it as an exceptional capture. I see it as a well-seen capture. And as a result, I gave it 78.
And Tony, you're right on the average.
I think great comments already from both judges. The only thing to add to that is I picked the generational shift there too, as much as just technological change. So they've got the older folk talking and the younger ones on their phones.
Thanks, Tony. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you for those comments, Mike. I didn't know that they did that. They look Japanese to me. I didn't see them as tourists, but they may well be. Japanese tourists. Oh, Japanese. Okay. Thank you for that. I think there's nothing more I can add.
Thanks, Tracy. Judges. Hang on, I didn't click my buttons. I'm still getting the hang of this again, guys. Sorry. The challenge is Tracy. Stand by. You can now rescore the image, I think. Initially sitting on 83. Tracy, yep, re-entered your score. And the print stays on 83. That is a silver award. And with that, Tracy, you can actually hop off, and Jackie, you can hop on. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores an 83 average. Mike's going to challenge that. Take it away.
I gave this 87. I just think this... bring it back.
Hey, can we have that print, Black? We haven't finished with that print, team. Trying to hurry us along already.
No,
Is it-
we need that one. Yep. You've got it.
Thank you. Compose yourself and take off again.
Settle. Yeah, this is an exceptional capture. The graphics of it are wonderful. The sense of destination is incredible. It's so pure. It's so direct. Graphically, everything's in the right place. It's original. I think that's the point that's I'm reacting to. I haven't seen this before, and I think it's a wonderful composition.
Thanks, Mike. Jackie, what were you seeing?
I scored 78. Mike, I'm listening to that. It's one of those border. I could have come up or down, and now you've made me rise my points up into the silver. Initially, I thought the top was a bit high, the separation of those other lines, but I realised that they're the subject and the background is secondary subject. Yep.
Thanks, Jackie. Tony, you want to contribute?
Look, I stuck this into silver distinction as well for the obvious reference that you can see there with musical notes and the you can imagine this as being dun dun dun, which is man's impact on the environment, well, I might have got my notes wrong, but you'd imagine the piano key, dun dun dun. You can see what man has done to the environment in a lot of the places that we're travelling to, so I think that needs to be recognised as well.
Thank you, Tony. Back to Mike to
I think
bring
we've
it home.
done it. Thank you.
Okay. Pause, hold. Oh, God. I pressed the wrong button. It's my fault. Now I have to wait for the spinny wheel to stop. And then I have to go back. Previous image. Stand by. Bit rusty, team. Haven't done this for a while. Who is the challenger? The challenger is Mike Langford. Okay, you may rescore this photograph. Thank you, team. The print scores an average of 86. That is a silver with distinction. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. The print scores an average of 77. You want to challenge that, Rebecca? Take it away, Bex.
I popped this into silver at 81. When I first saw it come up, I saw it as a graphic image, and I thought, oh yeah, like that, like the lines, all that kind of thing. But I got up there and saw that person there, and that was just the cookie for me. I feel a sense of isolation, and I feel a sense of quiet, and that contemplating feeling, that huge, incredible space that this person is sitting in, and they're just there on their own. And I kind of feel how that might feel for them, and I think that would be so incredible to be there. The photographer has framed it beautifully and really been particular about how they've actually captured this. There's so many ways they could have, but they've chosen a very symmetrical capture, and it sort of adds to the power of that quiet. So yeah, I popped it into silver for those reasons.
Thanks, Bex. Jackie?
73, and originally I was in bronze, and then I've come down, perhaps because of the sense of there's a stage here that feels quite deliberate, and that the person feels quite deliberately in that spot. It felt a bit staged to me, and the lighting wasn't so great on the left-hand side. It felt quite sort of murky, a bit muddy. That maybe the next level of interpretation might have been to have had that person doing something instead of just sitting. But then I understand your interpretation of that. There seemed to be a little bit of distortion on that left-hand side. I wasn't taken emotionally by it, but I do like the destination. I'm listening.
Jeremy, do you want to speak to the average?
Yeah, I was right in the centre there. I found it difficult to find the hero of the image. I couldn't work out whether it was the landscape or the person sitting in the middle, and just that there's an imbalance in that frame that I'm finding uncomfortable. So I'm happy with it in bronze, but I'm listening.
Thanks, judges. Rebecca, back to you.
Yeah, I take your point there, Jackie. I think it's just an individual feeling that we get when we view images like this, and it can go one way or the other. And for me, I just find peace and isolation in this huge space, in this huge stage. And for me, I feel like it's not staged, and that it is just a moment that has been beautifully captured there. So yeah, that's all I'll say about that.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this photograph. Currently sitting on 77. And we have 78. Every point counts. That's a bronze award. And I'm going to say, Mike, do you want to take a break? Craig, do you want to jump in? And next print, please. Thank you, judges. The print scores bronze award at 75. Good, consistent scoring. Can I have some feedback from our newest judge on the panel, Craig?
Yeah, I really like this, that we're kind of watching on as a photo shoot happens, and I think that the lines around the edges of the frame have been very cleverly and intentionally done. Perhaps just to lift it, I would like to see a little bit more detail in that white space at the end of the tunnel there.
Thank you, Craig. And next print, please. Print scores a 73 average. That is a professional standard range. Thank you, judges. Can I have some feedback for this photographer, Jackie?
Yeah, it's such a great meaty shot. Good. And there's a real feeling for that meat. And how do you make that feel more meaty? And that's your job as a photographer, is to somehow make that feel more grungy and meaty and bring us all together. Perhaps a slight vignette and a little bit of angled lighting that you can introduce very subtly in this category would have probably brought it up higher for sure.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores an initial average of 82. And Bex is going to challenge. Take it away.
I'd just like to have a discussion about this. I popped this into silver distinction at 87. I mean, who on this panel wasn't just feeling some sort of wow factor when they saw this come up? I just think this graphic, the delicate, tiny little hands, there's this little beautiful sparkle just on the little finger there that really adds to it. I kind of don't know what I'm looking at. I'm kind of trying to figure it out. I think it's been very cleverly captured. It's different. It's got spark. It's got graphic. It's gritty. Street photography, perhaps. But yeah, look, I'm a bit excited about this one, so I'm keen to see it in distinction.
Thanks, Bex. Tony, what are you thinking?
I think very similar thoughts, that it's a very strong graphical capture, and I think the strength of that light and the sort of the claw marks make that very intriguing. For me, with a score of 78 in the travel category, I kind of like to learn a bit more about the place and the context of what we're seeing in where this is and how this kind of is related to where the person might be. So strong graphically, but I'm still left wondering in terms of the purpose for category, how we interpret it.
Jackie, yeah?
Yeah, I'm on 82. I think it's about the experience. And I'm linking that into that silver award because of that reaching out. Maybe they're in an exhibition space or something like that. But if I saw that photograph when I got home and that was me, I'd go, yeah, I remember that moment. Though it does have some emotion for it. Just that interaction with some sort of environment that we don't understand, but really well composed. Maybe a little bit gritty for me, but that's part of that photographer's palette. So yeah, I'm on board with it.
Thanks, Jackie. Back to you, Bex.
Yeah, look, sense of place. I get it, Tony. We're in the travel category. Travel can be anywhere. It can be in your backyard, really, if you want it to be. This could be on someone's driveway, let's be honest. But for them, that's their moment. That's their environment, and it's gritty. And I think that the photographer's just made a really deliberate composition here that's so strong, and it's brave. It's got that massive dark bit on the right, which, there's no information in there, but it just really adds to the power of it, and I think that it's to be rewarded.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this image. Initially sitting on 82. Bex is looking for a distinction. And she'll get it. That's 85, silver distinction. Thank you, judges. And next photograph, please. Thank you, judges. Print's initial score is 79. Bex again.
I scored this 83. I think it's a very strong silver. It's all about the decisive moment in these types of situations. So not only is the photographer got that composition beautiful there with the everything where it should be in regards to the building and that kind of thing, but there is so much going on here, and this guy that's putting his hand in the rubbish bin to get what looks like I think he's looking for recycling cans, because if you look in his little basket, that's what he's got. And the world's going on around him. The guy in the shop, that's probably the little cookie for me, this little old guy that's sitting there right in the middle, just like staring at him like, what are you doing? And I just think there's a lot happening in here, and the more you look, the more you see. And the movement, the framed, with the people coming in from the left and the right, it's just bang on. And I think for all of those reasons, it should be silver.
What do you think, Jeremy?
Yeah, I agree, Beck. It's all about the decisive moment, but I kind of feel like the hero is not the hero, which is a bit of a struggle because the guy's head's missing. And the other characters just don't bring enough interest for me to take it up into silver. So yeah, I agree, it's about the decisive moment. I just don't feel like it's quite there in this frame. And the other competing factor is I just keep looking up to the light bulb in the signage. Like, I kind of feel like I don't want to be up there, but there's so much of that at the top that maybe that doesn't need to be there, because it's pulling me out of what I should be searching for down in the bottom.
Tony?
I'm agreeing with both judges, and I think for decisive moment has been captured, but also relatively common in a street scene in a place like this. But I'm also being drawn up into the signage, which I'm finding quite bright. But there's another wee gem in there that, I don't know if you saw it, but there's actually about 8 faces. So I think that's actually very clever, and why I gave it bronze.
Back to you, Bex.
I might be pushing it here. That light bulb, I think, is just such a juxtaposition to this guy that potentially could be homeless, is trying to find something to make him some money, and yet you've got this happy face light bulb, which is just completely opposite to him. I think it's fine that you don't see his face. I don't think we need to see his face. I think we know what he's doing. He's putting his head in a rubbish bin, essentially, to try and make money from that somehow. Yeah, it just struck a chord with me, so yeah.
Thank you, judges. If you can please rescore this image. Still spinning at my end, so it might take a little while. I don't know why it's taking so long. Hold, please, caller. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Are we good? Does that work? Nearly? No? I'll try again. Now. Oh. All right, thank you, judges. Print scores 80. That is a silver award. Next, print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 88, silver with distinction. Well done. Some feedback for this photographer, Jeremy. Yeah.
Yeah, I scored at 87. Amazing. From a distance, I thought, oh, this is a really cool snowscape. And then finding the little humans in there, it felt very Dr. Seuss to me. It was, yeah, really, really beautiful. Beautifully captured scene. There's detail everywhere. It's really beautiful. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jeremy. You can actually take a break now. Thank you for your wonderful judging. Roger, do you want to jump on the panel? Welcome aboard. And we will have the next print, please. And the print scores a 75. That's a bronze award. Can I have some constructive feedback for this entrant? Yeah, Craig.
Yeah, congratulations on your bronze. I really like this because you've got this sign in the window that says masculine, and he doesn't look that masculine, really. And then you've got this guy right in front of him, and then the younger couple looking on there. So I think that's really good. I do think that the power of this is in that left-hand side, though, and perhaps if you'd have cropped it into a square, I don't think we need that onlooking couple to tell this full story. So yeah, play with cropping, I think.
Thank you, Craig. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 76. That is a bronze award. Jackie, do you have a constructive bit of feedback?
Yeah, putting three images together that tell a story is a great idea, but just be sure that each image is as good as it can be. The one on the right's just got a little bit of a tilt in it that's not square, and perhaps the one in the middle could have had a little bit of warmth, so you really go through to that woman at the back. So just warm it up a little bit more. But yeah, great idea. Keep it going.
Thanks, Jackie. You can take a break now. Francis, do you want to hop on? And we'll have the next print, please. Thank you, judges. An initial score of 82, but there's a bit of a spread there. Craig, just going to take the challenge.
Yeah, I popped this in at 87. For me, well, first of all, I really feel this image. I think there's just the most amazing kind of calming and peaceful feeling to it. And then I thought that, you know, you've got these great big buildings and these people, but the tree is the central figure here. And then you've got the snow, and it's kind of like nature is reclaiming this place and this space, and there's just those couple of figures dotted around that just really add to that that kind of mood and scene for me. So I'm at 87. I would love you guys to come up with me.
Thanks, Craig. Bex in the lower scoring range.
Yeah, I'm on 75 bronze. I think it's a really good professional capture. I feel it. I feel the cold. Yeah, I guess I'm just perhaps not seeing that environmental message, but I am listening. I'm just not. Yeah, I probably just need to have a bit more of a chat with some other people about it.
Thanks, Bex. Everyone's asking to talk, but Francis got in first.
Yes, I agree with Greg. I'm on 83, and I really like the narrative and what it does for me. The lady in the front there actually is wearing a face mask, and I wonder, it gives me a very cold feeling, this image. It's freezing, it's snowing. She's wearing a mask. Is that to keep her warm? I don't know, probably not, but I just, that made it for me, that extra little detail in there.
Tony, if you're quick.
Silver distinction as well, going into bat for Craig. Look, I also felt this in quite a guttural sense, and I thought it was very descriptive, but there's a very clever commentary here with almost people as jellyfish, you know, floating in the environment, living in their world. You can really feel that with a huge amount of texture.
Thank you. Back to Craig then.
Thanks, Tony. I think that sums it up quite nicely. Bex, I feel enveloped by this somehow. I feel like I'm in there with these people. So, yeah, I would love you guys to come up.
Thank you, judges. Good discussion. Can we please rescore this photograph? Sitting on 82. Challenge from Craig Turner-Bullock to 85 for a silver with distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Next, print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 78. Roger's going to challenge.
I'm not entirely sure what this is, but it speaks to me of a tomb. And if that is the case, well, yeah, if that is the case, it's a sort of, I got this sense of gloom and foreboding from this image. It's unusual, and at a sort of emotional level, it touched me. You've also got this sense the way the photographers decided to capture this with the sort of ghostly-like images which of the people, as if they're spirits. And so I think there's a bit of a stronger narrative there, and I'm interested what the rest of you think.
Thank you, Roger. And Tony, you know you're up next.
Look, I had professional standard, and I certainly agree with a very alluring location and a sense of unusual, which I admire. To me, let down with the technical, where it's off-centre for a very symmetrical image, and very underprinted, which I think is just a little bit dense to read it fully.
Thank you, Tony. Yeah, Bex, go for it.
I actually thought could be like an underground rave. Like, that's so bizarre, right? But like, you know, when I saw it, I was like, people are dancing. It's in this kind of underground, gritty, slightly mad, you know, everyone's a bit, you know, what happens at raves. Anyway, and I think it's been deliberately captured really well for that gritty underground feeling. So I'm in support. I'm on 83.
Thanks, Biggs. Back to you, Roger.
Look, technical perfection is not everything. It's about making you think. It's about what the photographer brings to the table. I'm not asking for anything higher than a silver, but I think it deserves to be in the silver range, purely for the originality and the creativity.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. That initial score of 78. And a challenge from Roger. And we have an 80 silver award. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Initial average of 80 is a silver. And we would get a challenge from Craig.
Yeah, I'm on 86 for this. I think that there's some really nice storytelling here that deserve to take this higher than silver. You immediately go to the mum and the baby at the back there because of the brightness of that light on them. And then I'm looking at what's going on that's being sold in the foreground. And it took me quite a while to see that other figure in the shadows there. And then I thought, oh, they're behind a shop and they're selling. And then I thought, well, actually, maybe that's the whole family unit. Yeah, I thought that that deserved a little bit of discussion and rewarding.
Francis, do you want to talk to the other end of the range?
Yes, I'm on the other side. I'm in the bronze 77. I can see all that. However, I did not know where to look. I was a bit confused to find the hero in the image. Also found the highlights behind the lady are so strong that even if I try to search something else, I just always land in that corner. But I'm listening.
Roger, yeah? Ken?
Yeah, I just thought the story wasn't really strong enough, really. I mean, a mother looking at a baby, okay. I mean, they do that all the time. Well, there's not that much exciting going on between the two of them, really. And the boy looks pretty bored with it all. Maybe that's the story, but it didn't seem strong enough to me. I thought, I'm happy with the way it's sat.
Thanks, Roger. Back to you, Craig.
All right, I might be struggling with this one, but for me, Roger, the story is the family values, really, and actually that they're facing away from each other, I think is a really interesting thought of, this person's out at work and kind of disconnected from the family that's going to be growing and changing. And I really find myself connected, Francis, to those two in the back there. But I love that there's all this. It's a feast for the eyes. I love that it's busy and we explore this. And yes, I come back to that, but I think that that's part of the way that the culture and life is in these places. So I enjoy that aspect of it too. I'd love to get it a few more points. Every point helps. See what you guys can do.
Thank you, judges. Oh, sorry. Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we have an 81. That is a silver award. Great discussion. And next print, please. Thank you, judges. Prince on 84, and I can see Tony burning holes in my head with his eyes.
Well, well, well. Look, I've given this a 93. And I want to tell you why. If it's not obvious already, it's a really simple shot that you go travelling and you'll see this all the time, but the message, there's a real sense of loneliness. This is a street hawker, and we've described his life, his work, and his place, and that you've got a person here working long into the night, trying to sell his goods to feed his family, to get by. The photographer has visited and captured the very essence of who this person is and his place and his purpose. He's surrounded by people walking past, because as tourists we get hawked to all the time. We don't want to stop. We want to get taken in by this person. He's trying to feed his family. So there's a real sense of he's anchored in the spot to try and do the best that he can. Other people going past that just don't want to have anything to do with it. I feel there's the emotional connection of him feeling isolated, just wanting to get on with it and wanting to get some money to do what he wants to do. But besides that, the technical part of the print, you've got it beautifully printed in terms of the tonal range and the print quality. Tell me, please, why you don't believe.
Tell me, Roger.
Thanks, Tony. I was intrigued with that guy as to how they kept him so sharp, and you've given an answer to some of the narrative. I scored 78. It was one of these sort of coin flip ones, this image, if I'm honest. I'm held back, I guess, by some of the, you call them technical issues, but the human underneath the main light is a big block of darkness, and I sort of struggled with that. I struggled with that. I'm not sure I agree completely with Tony in terms of the print quality. I thought a lot of the darker tones are very sort of close together, and also I would have liked a bit more space above the light at the top. That's a minor issue, but all that said, Tony, you're speaking to me with the narrative.
Thanks, Roger. Craig, jumping in your seat.
I am, yeah, because I scored at 87, and Tony, I'm coming up. I scored at 87 because I love it, and I love the print quality, and what was holding me back, Roger, was that darkness underneath the lampshade, and I was looking at this as a travel landscape image, but Tony, you've completely flipped me on that one into it being an environmental portrait of this one figure. And those elements of the blur on the right and the darkness on the left frame that beautifully. So, yeah, I'm coming up to gold with you.
Tony, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, team. Look, I think that this captures the essence of this category, where we have got a sense of place, but also they're offering an insight into humanity and that the life of someone else as they're living in a different part. I feel for this man. I have an empathy for him, toiling away long into the night to earn $1. You know, I get that. And I think the dreariness that you talk about in the darkness there, Roger, look, I think that sets the mood of being heavy and dreary. It is dreary because it's drudgery for him. It's every day he's turning up on this bridge to sell his wares to tourists that can't really be bothered. I find that a fascinating insight. 93 from me.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this photograph. Sitting on an initial score of 84. Tony's working hard. And we have an 89. Ooh, so we have to do a review, as with all cusp scores. So bear with me a second. And if you can now score either 89 or 90, is this a silver with distinction, or is it a gold? It is a gold. That's 19. And after all that hard work, Tony, you deserve a break. Jeremy, do you want to jump back on? Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Okay, we have an initial score of 87. Craig, where you go?
I've put this in at 91. I think this is just so full of character, and it speaks to these people. It's multi-generational, it's multi-species. The teddy bears and the swans I thought were really amazing to put those two images in particular in with this to give them some life and make them, you know, as if they're as an important part of this piece and this location as all of those living characters are. So I thought this was deserving of a gold.
Thank you, Craig. I'm going to come to Francis first. We'll come back to you, Roger.
Yes, I think amazing characters in there, lots of storytelling. I have it in the 84, and I do see it as a portrait of a nation. However, I would have liked to have more personality of the younger generation in it as well to round that up. But I found the teddy, the swans, and the dog work really, really well in there, and are placed in a great position. So I'm listening.
Thank you, Roger. Do you want to take a stab?
Yeah, look, I feel and agree with all the things that you said, really. Two things held me back. Number one was, what is the story? Is it the faces of the country, or is it the mixture of faces? And it doesn't quite answer that question. Like, if it's just the faces, then don't include the animals and the swans. So I thought you got a slightly mixed message there, and I wonder whether they've been included because everything else has got to flow. And if you're going to have a mixed message of lots of species, then have more species, have more species and less faces, no feces. And so that was the first point. And the second point was just that trophy image in the middle, which is a wonderful image. It's just those blurred hands. I don't know, it was slightly unresolved for me. So I think it's a wonderful image, but it's to get to gold, it's got to tick all the boxes. I'm not sure for me it ticks all the boxes.
Thank you. Yeah, Jeremy, best support them?
Yeah, I was on 88, and I'm definitely moving to gold. This is amazing. This is a perfect bridge between the photographer and the subject and the location. The bravery of the photographer to actually step into the world and engage and get those reactions. You don't often see that in travel photography, and the photographer to do that, but the reactions seem really genuine to me. So the photographer has spent time with these people to capture these portraits of them, for them to open enough to give that photographer these moments. And I think that's amazing. But the other elements like the dog and the swans and the bear brings the personality of the photographer into this as well, which is like, there's just layers in this, which is amazing. And there's so much joy, and I don't care what country, I mean, I should, but I don't care what country this is. I see humanity, and I see the photographer's personality like oozing through these captures, and it's really beautiful, and I'm enjoying every frame in this, and it creates a really beautiful mood board.
Thank you. Back to you, Craig.
Thanks for the support, Jeremy. I think, Francis, I think you said it best, actually. This is a portrait of a nation. The first and last frame are the young people. The other people are the elders, and this is a nation who is respectful of their elders and who treat them well and with respect and dignity, and there's so much tradition in this nation. Roger, that image in the middle just nails it for me. The character here is so full of life, but is probably one of the oldest people in the image, and the movement of the hands, I think, just makes her feel so joyful and alive. I don't think we need more species. We've got people and a dog. Well, man's best friend, hello, I can connect with that as a dog photographer. But then you've got those two pieces that speak to the nation as a whole, I think, rather than just those individuals. I think this is fantastic, and I really hope you guys will come up into gold with me.
Okay, thank you, judges. Please rescore. We're currently at 87. Craig is hunting for gold, and he will get it. That is a 90 gold award. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 79. Craig again.
I'm an 88 on this one. I think this is really intentional travel photography. The diagonals are fantastic, and you see reflections a lot taken from front on, but here we've got it fading off into the distance, and everything is still sharp right into that far distance. Those lines are perfectly placed in the corners. And then I think that the single solitary figure taking a photo with the phone there speaks to sometimes the solitude of travel, and also, that it's all about capturing those Instagrammable images with your phone and posting those. So I'm in silver distinction. We could at least get this into silver, seeing as we have to score anyway. So come up with me.
Thank you, Craig. Bex, where are you at?
I'm on 75 bronze. I think it's a really well done professional capture, and it's deserving of an award. I think as photographers we know about leading lines, reflections, composition, as a professional photographer, and so in this case they've done that very well, but I don't have that emotional pull. I also don't have like that next level, I'm looking for something else.
Thanks, Bex. Someone close to the average. Yeah. Oh, Francis was quickest. Yeah, go for it.
Yes, look, the photographer took a very geometrical approach to photograph this landscape, which I really enjoy. I just would like to have a better balance between the top of the image and the bottom is not quite balanced for me. But otherwise, I do agree. It's a very well seen, beautifully crafted image. I'm on 78. I'm not too far away from the silver range. However, I did notice the person on his cell phone, mobile phone on the right, and I think that adds a lot. But I'm looking for a little bit more of a narrative in that scene to make it more exciting for me.
Thank you. Back to Craig to bring it home.
I think the narrative is the solitude and the peacefulness here. This is like when I travel and I get up early at sunrise to go and explore and take my phone with me. That's what the narrative is here for me. Bex, we do know about composition and leading lines and light and all of those things, but I haven't seen an image that puts all of those things together so well for quite a while. So yeah, I think we can at least get that one extra point to take it into silver, but I would love you to come up higher into distinction with me if you can.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this photograph, and we'll see if Craig can get it over the line. And he can. That is a silver award on 81. Bex, do you want to take a wee break? Thank you for your wonderful judging. Tanya, can we ask you to jump in? Tanya's one of our backup judges, but pulling her off the bench. Welcome aboard. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. That is a 75 bronze award. Can I have some constructive feedback for this photographer? Tanya, fresh to the panel.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think it's an interesting image to explore. When you go into the image and you see the figures, just a little bit more information in the area where it's the brightest area would really help, and a little bit more space above on the top left where the building finishes, just to bring a bit more harmony. But congratulations on the bronze.
Thank you, Tanya. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 83. Yeah, Craig.
Hello,
You
me again.
didn't even have to look at me, you just knew.
Me again. I don't even need to look. 93. I think this is really powerful. It's how we have reduced our planet into dirt, and how we treat nature. That ape, that monkey on the dustbin, and the people sitting in that ape-like fashion with equations showing that we're supposed to be the intelligent ones. And I think that's just in itself is very powerful. It's beautifully put together, it's beautifully printed, and I'm in the gold range. I would absolutely implore you to take another look at this and the deeper meaning behind it, and tell me why we shouldn't be putting this in gold.
Tell us, Jeremy.
I agree to some extent, Craig. The two frames, they're really beautiful frames, but I just didn't connect them at all. There's such a disparity between them, and the expression on the two guys' faces, and the monkey on the dustbin. I just don't see the connection between the two frames at all, except for that bigger world meaning, but a little bit more central to that. I'm struggling to take it out of bronze.
Francis.
Yes, thank you for pointing this story out, Craig. I actually saw a completely different story. I would, I'm an 82, so I put it into silver range for that. My story was this monkey is sitting on the bin and it can't wait for these people to finish their plate on the right hand side, put it in the bin so it finally gets some food. That's the story. I saw it. But these guys taking their time reading the paper, so they're not moving very fast. So the monkey still goes empty with his food. So I saw that story. I personally would have preferred it in one frame rather than in two separate frames, because the story for me works really well together.
Thank you. I think we'll come back to... Roger, do you have something quick to add? No? You just eyeball him? No. Right, back to Craig.
Okay, I might be pushing this one. I think with the monkey and that right-hand figure looking inwards kind of makes it a bit introspective, Jeremy, and I think that connects the two. Francis, I think you added another level there, because you're right, he is waiting for food, and he is probably waiting for them to throw some scraps in the bin as well, and that just screams even more to me of a desperate need for survival. And yeah, I'm at gold. Please come up, at least give it a silver distinction, but I think this is really special and we should be taking it higher than that.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Craig?
Oh, sorry.
85. That is a silver with distinction. Okay, and we're gonna have a wee switcheroo. Craig, that was awesome. You've been working hard. Take a break. Mike, do you want to jump back on to the panel? Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores a 75. That is a bronze award. Pretty consistent judging. Thank you. Can I have some feedback for this entrant? Roger, you're giving... Oh, Jeremy's already into it. Oh, were you? I don't know.
I was close, yeah. I just felt there were too many competing elements in this. The frame's really beautiful, but I just couldn't find an anchor or a central character to really pull me into the frame.
Thank you, Jeremy. Francis, do you want to take a break? Jackie, would you like to hop on? Oh, sorry, actually, Tracy, I meant. Tracy. Apologies. And we'll have the next print, please. Thank you, judges. Okay, we have an initial score, or a score of 85. That is a silver with distinction. I would like some constructive feedback. Roger.
I'm drawn to this sort of the grandmaster feel of this almost in terms of the painterly quality. It's an iconic scene, but yet it's beautifully handled. And particularly, I love the gondola on the left-hand side. That really is the vital moment. He's just separated, and it leads your eye in beautifully. I think that's the little cherry on the top. It's a beautiful image. Well done.
Thank you, Roger. And with that, you can take a break. And I will invite Tony back to the panel and have the next print, please. Thank you. Print scores an average of 80. Mike will take a challenge on that.
I gave this 87. I feel it's a fantastic piece of observation. I feel like a fly on the wall, watching humanity do its own thing. It's got a real sense of culture, a sense of destination. It ticks all the boxes that travel requires. I just think it's so subtle that you might not notice it. So I've gone further because I did notice it.
Thank you, Mike. What's happening down this end of the panel? I'll come to you in a second, Tracy, but I'd like to hear from Tony.
73. Look, I'm happy to concede and head higher. I thought it was perhaps a little bit too literal and a little bit too obvious for someone that was observing and wondering. Yet I also get that they didn't change the situation, which is quite clever when you've got people looking at you. So look, I will be coming up to bronze, but you keep talking if we go higher.
Tracy.
I gave this an 83. I was probably a bit harsh. I was holding on to silly little technicalities like the line on the left not being 100% straight, and that the red sign on the right drawing my eye. But what I didn't notice was things like the razor wire, which is just huge. It really gives us a sense of place, and yeah, I like your fly on the wall analogy, so I'll be coming up.
Thank you, Tracy. Quickly, Jeremy, have you got something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in on support with this. It's a well seen and presented image, and the two heroes in this, oddly for me, is the fishing rod and the pareidolia I'm getting out of that box on the left hand side. That looks like a smiling face. It's like those two elements are pulling you away from the three guys in the middle. That should be the central focus, and I'm just getting another layer of story in there about what's happening in this scene. I was at 83. I actually feel like I was a bit soft.
Thank you, and back to Mike.
Yeah, there's a really subtle balance in here, and I think Jeremy's pointed out that the two elements on the side actually give the link to the middle, and certainly the fishing rod brings your eye back in. The patches of red, they balance each other. The flag is balanced by the red on the edge frame on the right. The essence for me is that I feel I'm privy to a very sort of a local moment, and it's that local moment that makes it so interesting. It's so destination orientated and culture orientated. I think this is superior.
Thank you, judges. If you can please rescore this. It's currently sitting on 80. Mike's chasing distinction. If he can get his score in. We have 85. That's a silver with distinction. Next print, please. And we have a 72, which is a professional standard. Can I have some constructive feedback, Mike?
I think if the bicycle seat had been separated tonally out from the background, would have made it much stronger.
Thank you, Michael. And can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a 78. Mike's going to challenge that.
This reminiscence of a David Hockney Polaroid. It's broken all the elements down into a real basic sort of formula of shapes and colours. It's got a feeling of a view out of a room into an urban environment. I feel like I'm travelling through this space into another space. It's got a sense of movement.
Thank you, Mike. I'd like to hear from Tracy.
I scored this as 75. I enjoyed the creative aspects of it. I was just lacking a strong narrative to take it a lot higher.
Thank you, Tracy. Tanya?
Yeah, so I supported this image at 81. I found the questions were really interesting within the image, actually trying to work it out and then not being able to work it out, and really appreciating the patterns and I guess the mystery of the image is what really grabbed me.
Thank you, Tanya. Back to Mike.
Yeah, I don't think this has a narrative. And I don't think all images need narratives. I think sometimes they just need to be visual. And that's what this one is.
Thank you, judges. That hasn't gone through. Sorry, one of my button clicks didn't work. Stand by. And momentarily you'll be able to rescore this photograph. And starting from 78, we have an 80 silver. Next print, please. Okay, thank you, judges. Whew. We have an initial score of 91. That's a gold award. No one wants to talk about it? That's fine. There are challenges available. There's an automatic challenge available for 4 of you, so yep, Tracy's going to take it.
I initially scored this 92. I think as a travel image, it's brilliant. It speaks to me of, we all go to these destinations these days, and it's more about taking a photograph than actually spending the time to enjoy and look at whatever it is we're going to see. And the little nugget was the woman in the front who's all about seeing herself there as opposed to looking at what's actually there to see. I love the crop. I love the colour palette. Maybe we've been a bit tough at gold, maybe, you know. Can we have a discussion? Is this better than a gold?
There's a challenge. Tracy is challenging this. She gave it 92. Tanya's not in the gold range, so I'm going to come to her next.
I actually thought that, I scored this 82. I actually thought I'd be the one talking about, I love this image. And then I was like, oh my God, I'm the lowest. Yeah, what's not to love about this image? And I agreed, Tracy, when I found the woman facing us, just half of it, and the fact that we're missing the image from perhaps the Mona Lisa, that face, but we've got the hands, everything just balances so beautifully. Yes, it looks like I've underscored it.
I think Jeremy's got something to say.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, that woman who's taking the selfie with the Mona Lisa, who's got the middle finger up in the middle of that phone, it's kind of an F you to the world. But we all face this when we go to locations, and it's the infuriation of like going to see this piece of art, and here we are with our piece of shit technology trying to take a half-decent photograph of this thing rather than just enjoying it. Needless to say, you could just go and buy a print of it. They probably paid thousands of dollars to a photographer to capture a beautiful version of it that you can buy and keep as a beautiful piece. And the irony of that is that you can't even make out the Mona Lisa in any of the phones, which just goes to show how shit the photos will be. And then you've got this big blue watch right in the centre that's like pulling you away from the attention. I think, just going back to the frame, the fact that the photographer has cropped out the top half of the Mona Lisa is such a perfect move to just bring you down to what we should be focusing on or shouldn't be focusing on. Perfect.
Thanks, Jeremy. Tony got in before you, Mike, but I'll come to you. It's all right.
Look, I too rolled this into gold and scored 90. I'm not sure that the concept is original. I think I've seen a variation of this before, but I think this execution is. And I think it's the execution with the crop of the Mona Lisa and that one woman that we've noted really gives us the strength with that panoramic view. You know, you're almost looking through the letterbox. You're an observer, a voyeur, and I love it.
Thank you. Back over to Mike then, yeah.
Yeah, just to add to that, it's the crop that actually makes the whole image. That panorama crop being that wide and focusing on the iPhones is more important than any other element in here. So because I can, I'm going to go up and score probably to 94.
Thank you. Tracy, do you want to wrap it up?
I think we all can see the merits in this and what a cleverly constructed image it is. And let's give it a good solid gold as opposed to just a gold.
Thank you, judges. It was a bit of an unusual scoring spread and made for a bit of a funny discussion, but I think you did well. And we've got a 93. That is a solid gold. Thank you very much. We will have another judge change. Jeremy and Mike, take a break. Thank you very much. And can we invite Bex and who's coming on? Roger. All right, let's have the next print, please. Thank you, judges. That is an 85, silver with distinction. Can I have some constructive feedback for this photographer, please? Tracy.
This is a really beautiful travel image. I really enjoyed the story, the fact that, you know, travel is supposed to bring us all together and do enjoyable, and you have this woman in the centre who is totally miffed with her husband or partner, whoever it is. These two men are busy studying the map, and she is not impressed at all. Really well handled with all the highlights and all the, you know, it's a very tidy image, well done.
Thank you. And next print, please. Thank you, judges. There's an initial score of 86. But Tracy, I believe the challenge is yours.
I've given this a 93. This gives me a fantastic sense of city and busyness, and tourists flocking to see things, and just the colour palette is just so yummy. And yes, we've seen this technique before, but I think this has been beautifully executed. It's like a little work of art, and to me it speaks of travel very strongly. So I'd like to hear why you're not up here with me.
Thank you, Tracy. Tanya, I'm actually going to come to you next. And just a reminder to focus on the print, not the TV screen.
I was in support of this image at 81 at silver, so yeah, and appreciating the extra narrative that you have brought to this image. I was sitting comfortably in that silver range, so I'll just continue to listen and consider going up.
Bex, yeah.
I actually popped this at 88, and I'm going to come up to gold with you, Tracy. The more I look at it, so imagine like someone with a watercolour pencil, and in the gallery that I started, we have some incredible watercolour artists, and they have these minute pieces of paint. They have paintbrushes with one hair, and this to me is that. So, you know, imagine just these tiny little brush strokes on all of these little details, and we know what this is. The composition is, everything should be where it's. That tiny little bright figure in the middle, I was on the fence about that. Did that pull me down? Did that not? But that anchors that central point, somewhere for your eye to settle before you get to travel around. But to me, it is a watercolour, and it has been painted, you know, with your camera. And I think there's huge merit in that. And I'll be coming up to gold.
Yeah, Roger, quick extra contribution.
Yeah, real quick. It's a modern version of a sort of 18th century technique, if you like, in the sense of it reminded me of the French watercolours, but it's done in a modern city, in a modern time, and that's just another layer to it.
Thank you. Back to Tracy.
Thank you, guys. I think we've you know, we can all see the merits in this, and as you talked about, Bex, with that central little bright figure, just unifies all those beautiful colours in the top. So come on, guys, let's give this what it really deserves.
Thank you, judges. The challenge didn't go through. Stand by. It's a bit of a buggy system today. My apologies. And when you're ready, rescore the image. And we have a 90, gold. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. The print scores 78. Roger's going to challenge it.
Just a quick challenge. I mean, I guess in terms of travel, this place is about, maybe it's Scottish Hebrides or something, but there's birds live out there. The extra little piece that I saw in this was the shadow in the roof of the chapel that actually looks like the shadow of the bird, but it's not. So I'm giving the photographer credit for seeing that. So then, therefore, you've got 3 bird shapes in this image, which is kind of quite cool. And then also you've got a whole heap of triangles, which are maybe even reflected in the clouds. So compositionally and graphically, there's a bit more to it than meets the eye. So I think it's a bit better than a bronze.
Thank you, Roger. I'd like to hear from Bex.
I just called this in the bronze range at 75. The thing that let me down here was harsh light, the bird at the top. There's no detail in the blacks there, and I find it sort of quite heavy, quite close to the top, and there's been some sort of darkening of the top of the sky that's sort of brought into the bird. There's a bit of haloing around there, so probably a few technicals, but I do appreciate those repeating lines and also the bird shadow situation. But yeah, I'm pretty comfortable in the bronze there.
Tony Stewart, quick.
You might have convinced me to go from 78 to silver there, Roger. Good arguments.
Back to Roger. Oh, sorry, Tanya, did you have something additional?
Yeah, I also just found a third bird, and then the shadow. There's another bird on the bottom right-hand triangle too, so that actually is kind of like a hidden little extra one.
Thanks, Tanya.
Yeah, I'm on 80.
Thanks, Tanya. Back to Roger.
I think we've said enough. Let's just score.
Let's just score. And starting on 78. Good chat there. Which brings us to... Roger, submit your score. 80, silver. Okie dokie. Tanya, thank you for some wonderful judging. You can take a wee break. Jackie, I'd love to get you on the panel. And next sprint, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 82. And Rebecca, would you like to challenge that?
Yes, I would. I am on 88, silver distinction. I'm trying to find my words for this because I'm not sure what I want to say. The print quality is insane, and there's this weird flatness yet dimensionality that is happening when you get close to this image. I kind of don't even know what it is or where it is, or I don't really care. A travel image, beautifully composed, and this tiny little person that's sticking out on the side there. It feels like a piece of art, like it's been created graphically so beautifully, and the colours are really jarring yet soft. To me, it's just so unusual, and so I've popped it in the distinction range.
Thanks, Bex. Can I hear from Roger?
Look, I appreciate all the sort of the graphic elements of this. It has been quite carefully put together in terms of the arrangement of rectangles. And I've struggled with, you've got these small like column shapes, if you like, one next to the red and one on the right hand corner. I kept finding my eye go to that one, but I know why it's there. But ultimately, I just didn't know whether the story was enough. You've got a person in a gallery looking at a picture, and they weren't doing much very interesting. So that's what held me back, I guess.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from someone close to the average. Tracy?
I scored this an 83. I really enjoyed those elements that you talked about, Bex, the blocks of colour, the geometrical shapes in this. For me, the decisive moment just wasn't quite captured. The woman in white is just blending into that artwork. I would have either liked to have seen her a little bit separated or not there. If she wasn't there, and there was just that little man poking out of the window, I probably would have gone to gold on this. But I just find her, in the wrong place to go higher for me.
Thank you. Back to Bex.
Yeah, I might be pushing it here, but I do think there's a quietness with that woman having her moment with that piece of art, and I also, her scarf and the piece of art on the wall have a very similar texture. They kind of work together really well, and I think her being in the white with the strap across just adds to the graphic nature of the placement of her as well. Let's see.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Starting from 82. Has Bex made a difference? She has not. That is an 82. That is a silver award. Next print, please. Okay, we have a 77. Tracy's looking at me, thinking about it, gonna take a challenge.
I scored this an 84. It does give me a great sense of travel and place. I didn't go higher because I felt that it was a little bit almost staged, and there was an issue with a little bright spot in the centre one. But I did think it merited a bit more than a bronze, simply because it's something quite unique to this country and this place, and it gave me that sense of their culture and who they are.
Thanks, Tracy. Jackie or Bex? We'll go Jackie. Let's go
I
Jackie.
scored at 74, just on the edge of bronze. The reason being because of that static nature of her pose and her connection with the photographer. didn't have an emotive connection with me. I'm not really feeling the photographer engaging her. She seems to be sitting there for quite a long time. I'm not sure. And the flat light on the subjects on the left and right, and the saturation of those is not a pleasing print quality for me. That seems overly saturated. The trilogy, including the third one on the right, which repeats the one on the left, maybe that's too many. I didn't need to see the three of them. So there's some decisions that weren't sitting well with me, but I'll take that on what you've said on board.
Roger?
Yeah, I sort of felt that the presentation was overriding the actual subject matter, in the sense that you've got these three pictures that didn't really contribute more to the narrative than the central one with the figure in. And the third picture on the right, where the foreground blue is out of focus, my eye keeps being drawn to that, as if I've got a smudge on my glasses. But yeah, so those are the things. But I was on 78, and I'm very reasonably happy with that score.
Thanks, Roger. Back to Tracy.
I might have been pushing it there. Yeah. For me, the inclusion of the image on the right was to balance up the blue, for my feeling. But I taking on board the other comments. So.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And it is 77 Bronze Award. We'll have the next print, please. Roger, if you just give your glasses a clean just to make sure. Print scores 73. That is a professional standard. Roger, you ignored me for so long and jumped up. All right, you've got a challenge available.
I gave this an 80 or an 81, I can't remember. But it was that third panel, the uneducated. I just love the humour in this image. It's something that you could easily pass by, just a small little vignette of...
What was your score?
81. Yes, I thought it was deserving of a higher score, really. Just well seen, well put together. It's simply put together, but well put together, well handled. I'm not saying it's the star of the show, but it's I think it sits higher than it currently does.
Tony, can I come to you?
70 professional standard. Yeah, I get it, Roger, but it's still not strong enough for me into Silver to take someone else's sign to warrant that in a photographic award. I kind of see that the photographer's passed this, but it doesn't show the essence of what is the nightclub with security and stuff. It's an opportunity, it's a grab shot. It's not really with the strength that I'd be hoping to see myself.
Tracy?
I scored this 75. I snuck it into the bronze, mostly because the print quality and the way it's been handled, cropped and technically handled by the photographer, and it does tell a little bit of a story about somewhere different, but there wasn't much more than that, so I wasn't prepared to take it to a silver. Sorry.
All right, Roger.
I'm just asking for a bronze. Let's get it to a bronze. Well, I'm having to. You've got to roll with it. Like, what is this place, you know? The black, the door, the uneducated. It's kind of like, it is quite fascinating in a sense. It's, and I think it deserves a bronze just for that. Like, who's in there and what's going on, you know? Yeah, that's what I think. See, okay, so let's just do it.
Sorry, guys, and while that was all happening, I just had another glitch. Stand by, it won't be long. And momentarily you can rescore the image. There you go. And we will Finish up on 73. That is a professional standard, and a lot of good chat and for the benefit of the photographer. I'm going to have a wee switcheroony. Tracy and Jackie, take a wee break. Francis and Jeremy, jump on the panel. And the next print, please. Okay, that print scores 71. You got some comment, Tony, please? Thank you.
I think a little bit more, slightly longer, another second or two as this craft passes into that bright space of the water, you'll have a different dynamic and different balance in terms of the key elements in this shot. So look at your timing, it's all there. You're on the right track, so well done for being there, for giving it a crack. Work it through a wee bit more and see what you come up with.
Thanks, Tony. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. And that is a 75, and Roger. Automatic challenge, buddy.
I think I'm on another planet this morning. Look, I've got kids, so I connected with this image. I can just, I think it does capture the essence of travel, those street scenes and those street kids. And I really connected with the determination and emotion in the two of them, especially the guy in the vest, just absolutely giving it everything. And the photographers, they've obviously used a slow shutter speed and a panning technique, and they've just done enough, I think, for you to get the story across. And then the side figures, well, in the background, there's those people at the back. You're not quite sure what they're doing. Are they watching? Are they their parents? Are they totally disinterested? It's just that initial impact and emotion, I feel, of just a small everyday moment. Yet you can see it's a sort of unlikely to see that in New Zealand, and you're more likely to see that in the streets of Rio de Janeiro, I would imagine. So yeah, well done.
Tony.
86.
Look, I went 65 professional standard here. I think the emotion stuff, Roger, I think is great to have that and to have a sense of play and childlike qualities on the street. I can see that, and I think that's to be commended. However, we've also got to get our technical right, and I think there's quite a bit about this that hasn't come together. It's on a lean. We've got a sense of motion, but I don't know if it's the best caption of motion. I think it's a little bit not as highly crafted. The sense of motion into the ball and the direction and the sort of the cropping, I think it's a little bit compacted. So I think in terms of what we'd expect to see from a professional in terms of a travel category, we just need to get a few more of those basics coming together before we start analysing the emotive.
Francis?
I'm on 76. I put it in the bronze for all these reasons. I think it's a great capture of a street scene somewhere in the world. It doesn't matter, but the motion and the blur gives me the idea that it's a very busy environment, and those boys just trying to find a space to have a play. I just found that the ball is really nearly lost out there on the right-hand side of the frame, and the ball itself is such an important part of the image, and I feel it gets a little bit lost there. Also with the motion blur, I found the people in the background are there, but they're not really there, and they're also a very important part of the image. But it's well seen, but I don't know if I can go up into the distinction range for that.
Thank you. Back to Roger.
Okay, we'll start with the ball. The ball is in the scene, but it's close to the edge, and that's why they're giving it everything. They want to catch it before it leaves before it goes too far. So I think the ball is in the correct place. The technical aspects of it, look, you can see the guy's eyes, and you can see his, enough of the features of the hero in the shot, the kid in the vest, and it's all about emotion, speed, struggle, and I think the photographers nailed those things. I'm not asking for a silver distinction, but I think it deserves to go a grade higher than it is at the moment, please.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we'll see what Roger's convinced his fellow judges to do. We have a 77. That is a good solid bronze. And as we know, every point counts. Can I now have... Oh, sorry. Actually, yeah, next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print is an 83. It's a silver award. Tony, you do have a challenge available. Go for it.
Look, I was 88 distinction, and I think it's worth having a wee chat on this. I've just been presented with a series. Never met this person, never been there. I know what he does, where he lives, how he lives, and I connect with him as a person. I think it's actually not to be underestimated. We have got a sort of an insight into his being, and I think that's been done in 3 images that each one, as a triptych, is offering a completely new insight, which I think the photographer's done an extremely clever an arrangement to present this slice of life. I think it's a little bit better than just normal silver distinction I'm asking, team.
Thanks, Tony. Roger, where were you at?
Flip the roles. I get all that. I don't really feel it tells us anything to much depth, really. It tells us he lives on a canal, and it shows us a canal, and then it shows us him sitting, is he on his phone in the back of that barge. It's also small and in the shadow. I feel that middle shot's a bit of a sort of lost opportunity, really. And then the last shot just feels a bit staged. So I didn't get that emotional connection. I feel it's an opportunity here that's not quite been captured in a way that then enables us to engage on a real emotional level with this man.
Jeremy.
Yeah, this is really cool. I do get an emotional reaction to this, and it feels like a dance between the photographer and the subject. And I'm hoping, I mean, it's presented this way, but it looks to me like the photographer is out capturing scenes and looking for people or humanity or stories, and he's seen this scene, which is an amazing scene. It's a beautiful, river somewhere in Europe, I presume. People living on boats. He spotted this guy from a distance painting in the back of the boat, and then he's moved in and explored, engaged, and captured a really beautiful portrait of this man. So I feel like it's not just about him, but it's about the relationship that the photographer is having with this environment and that person. And I put it on 83. I'm ready to come up to silver distinction.
Thank you, judges. Back to Tony.
Let me just help. I think you've missed a crucial element, Roger, and that he's not on his phone. He's an artist. He's painting. That's a canvas in the back of his boat. So it's a little bit more than just a random fella on a device. That's his lifestyle painting. He's a sort of a bohemian artist, and I think the photographer has given us an invite into his lifestyle, and it's an introduction to this granddadly sort of figure that before today I never knew. I kind of feel like I know him. I think that's a very clever introduction and invite on behalf of the photographer. I'm asking for silver distinction.
Thank you, judges. Can you please rescore this photograph? And we'll see what happens. Started on 83. 86, silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. That is a silver with distinction. 85. That's the score it's going to get, because that's good. Does someone want to give the photographer some constructive feedback? Jeremy, go on.
There's nothing really to add. I mean, this photographer's chosen exactly the right time to photograph this this scene. It's beautiful, the silhouettes, the man on the right, the people on the left. There's not much more. Well done. 85 is a great result.
Thank you. Can we have Francis take a break, Jackie jump in, Roger take a break, Craig hop on. Thank you very much, Francis and Roger. Welcome back to the panel, Jackie and Craig. And next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores an 80. That is a silver award. I would like to comment, Craig. Yeah.
Congratulations on your silver. The layering and structure of this is really, really beautiful. That top balloon in the sky has got quite a dark halo around it, so if you can address that, I think that would probably have elevated your score.
Thank you. Next print, please. Just hold off scoring a second, judges. Yeah, no, you go. You go for it now. You're all good. Okay, that print scores 78. Jackie, take that challenge.
I got it in the silver range at 83, and it was all of the joy of that young girl just running out of frame, spontaneous, the spontaneity in her balances out all that deadpan stuff that's going on with the lady selling stuff that says "love you" and all the lovely, glorious colours. Census Place, we've got the beach in the background. It tells a story and a narrative, but the energy was in that little girl running out of frame and capturing that moment.
Thank you, Jackie. Can I hear from Tony Stewart?
I was 71. I'm not sure I saw that connection as clearly between the two. I sort of would like to assume that maybe it was mother-daughter, but we don't really kind of know that if that was a random coming through. But I found there was a little bit of a disparity and a tension between that, which I guess, if we were to assume that, here's mum doing a thing and the daughter's left her own devices, I think there's probably a bit more story there that I can buy into. So, yep, thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Quick middle of the range comment, please. Somebody, Jeremy's thinking about it?
Yeah, I was right on the average there at 78. I love the sign that says "I love you," and the expression on her face says otherwise. I really appreciated that, but I just found when I got to her face, she was just, I don't know, there was something really muddy about her in there, and I really wanted to enjoy that expressionless face a little bit more, but I was just kind of let down when I got right into that hero. That should be the hero of the image.
Thank you. Back to Jackie.
I think that's the whole idea. It's that disconnect that she is so deadpan, and you really don't want to look at her. You really don't want to be in her place. I don't think that girl is part of that woman's life at all. I think she's a tourist, and she belongs to somebody else who's actually having a really good time, and she's not. So, I read that story. I was happy to witness it, and the disparity, Tony, is, and that's why it works. Otherwise, it would just be a photograph looking at a sign and reading it so literally. I think it's what's happening in the background that's important.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Currently on 78. Jackie looking for silver, and we have a silver at 80. Next print, please. Okay, so we have an initial score of 86. Craig is definitely challenging that. Take it away.
I'm on 94. Well, first of all, we have a absolutely beautiful capture that has been composed in camera. The sense of scale and how small we are. And then you've got that cloud around that person, and just above the cloud you have a stairway to heaven. And I thought that really is deserving of a gold. I think it's beautifully executed and printed, and I want to have a chat about it.
Thank you, Craig. Jeremy, wasn't it the same scoring range?
Yeah, I was silver. I was on 81. Yeah, I really appreciate the scale and grandeur of this landscape. It's really beautiful. It's composed well. The single figure in there is really brilliant. I don't know why, but I want more. Please convince me up.
Bex, you're right on the average.
Yeah, I'm sitting at 86. I'm definitely listening, Craig. For me, that curve coming in from the right, it's almost like a backwards question mark, and there's something really soft and alluring about that. The photographer has, well, I'm going to say deliberately done this. I mean, I don't know if they have or haven't, but for me it feels sort of put together. But for all of those reasons of scale and softness and power of that landscape and being high and the stairways just so delicate in the background, beautifully printed, handled, composed, everything. So, I mean, for all those reasons, I'm listening to gold.
All right, Craig, bring it home. I mean, not Craig. Yeah, it was Craig. Yeah.
I will bring it home. Yeah, Bex, I think that whole questioning, when you think of yourself in the world and in amongst this much nature, it can be quite existential, I think, and you feel like a little ant there, and I think that's quite powerful to realise that that nature will always prevail. Whatever we do to the environment, nature will always win. I love the tonality of this. Jeremy, you said you don't know what more you want. I know what more I want. I want a gold. And if you don't want more, then why aren't you in gold with me?
Thank you, judges. Great chat. If you can please rescore this, and we'll see if Craig gets what he wants. That's 89, which means we know what we have to do. It is time for a review. Let the system tick over for a second and then give me either an 89 or a 90. Is this a silver? Is this a gold? This is a silver with distinction at 89. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? I'm going to sneak off for a minute and leave you in the capable hands of your president, Rachel Smith.
That's great, and we have a score of 75, Bronze Award. And can we have a comment, please, from Tony?
I think you can certainly see the character in this lady's face, and I think that's really to do with the stained teeth from the betel nut. And I think to show more of that without the series of three could give her a stronger insight and a stronger image as a result.
Thank you, and can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 83, and we have 2 judges in a challenge position. You're both scoring the same, so if you guys want to paper, scissors, rock, see who's going to take this. And we have Tony Stewart challenging.
You're going to be hit hard, team. You're going to get a double whammy. Right, 92. And this is travel in a nutshell. Like, this is when you go away on a trip, on a tour or whatever, you get this group, you get the big group that travels together, you get the single fella that's by himself, you get the guy that's not very interested, the other couple that are doing their own thing. This is an extremely clever capture. You know, half a second or a minute, either way, this wouldn't be there. And to have each group that's isolated and unique, some looking, some away, and you've got this main character in the sort of left third that's so bright and punchy, that's sort of keeping your attention in this line. This is not random. Well, it is random, but the photographer was there to get it. Absolutely brilliant. And then you've got this sort of the high key surround. And I've done a couple of boat trips and stuff. I think this is the epitome of the characters that you get on board, even if it's just the ferry that you've been on. You've seen there and done this. This is a distillation of this genre done very, very well.
And we're going to come to Rebecca Kempton.
Hello, Rachel Smith. Yeah, look, I put that at 75 because, so I get that, Tony, and I am listening, and I'm going to come up, perhaps not into gold, but I will be looking at silver. When I saw it, I just thought, oh, this is brilliant. And I went in, and all of those shapes and the people and the person with the arm on the hip and all that kind of thing. Unfortunately, I was let down, and I don't like to be guided by technicals too much, but the person has perhaps got rid of, the sky, and the tops of people's heads are all whited and like losing definition, and I just think that's a bit clunky for something to sit in a really, really high score. It's a real shame because I kind of get all the other stuff, and for those reasons I will be coming up into silver, but that just let it down for me.
I think we want to hear from Jackie.
Just quickly while they're up there, is that the guy that seems to be the main puller, the guy in the orange, that he's got his hand across his face. Now, is he got the cold? Has he got the flu? Is that it? But I couldn't see his personality, and I wanted to see his face. Wanted to see that expression, and it felt like a mistimed moment. But everything else is perfectly timed. But for that.
Sorry, Craig, did you want to say something before I come to Jeremy?
Yeah, just quickly. I was at 78. I'm coming up. You've really switched my thinking on this, because I did look at this and I did think, oh, it's a bit kind of mundane, and I didn't like how high key it was because it could be anywhere. I kind of think that's the point. It could be anywhere. It could be anybody waiting. I like the sneezing guy because I think that really speaks to travel now when we've got all of these, COVID precautions and all of that to deal with and all of that stuff. So I'm coming up. I don't know if I'm there in gold yet, but I'm definitely coming up much higher than I was.
Okay, Jeremy has been waiting for this moment.
Thanks for the layup, Jackie. He is the hero of this frame. That guy blowing his nose in that bright orange jacket. I wonder if he was a disappointment or the nugget that the photographer was hoping for while they waited for this moment. We talk about decisive moments, and this is a masterclass of decisive moments. There is very little to no overlapping at all between any of these people, and there's quite a few up there. The weight of the 4 guys at the background in their massive bicycle jackets. The guy on the very left is almost like an arrow pointing into the frame, and then you've got the 2 on the far right that are looking out of the frame, and then you've got all these beautiful moments in between, and the 2 guys watching or looking back in the direction that the orange jacketed nose blower is looking as well is amazing. And just talking about the highlights, the only one that I can really see where there's a blowout or close to a blowout on the top of a head is the woman 5th from the right, who looks like a silver fox anyway, so her hair would be bleeding out into the white. Other than that, everyone else has got definition in their heads. They're a bit light, but this could be the environment. There could be fog creeping in or rain creeping in, blowing out all of the background, which it is anyway. This is such a beautiful travel moment, and the timing is impeccable.
Okay, Tony, bring it home.
Absolutely. Look, the high key nature of this is in actual fact to keep it as a character study. So the reason why the sky and the low part, if it's the part of the boat, is to document the range of people. Think of this here as the travelling group. You've got everyone that's doing their own thing. Some are engaged, some are disinterested, some have got their backs, and that very clever arrow that you've noted here, Jeremy, that the looking in, looking out, look at the way that's been captured. That is so clever. So you can actually almost represent any one travel group that you go away with. You've got everyone there, the old, the young, the ones that give a shit, the ones that don't, the people that love to be there, and the guy if he's sneezing, well, he's, I don't know, he could be eating a banana, I don't know what he's doing. It's a bit hard to tell. But the high key, don't let that stop you going from gold, because there's a reason for that. And I don't think it's lost at all when you look at some of those guys with their white hair. I think if that's what's holding you back from gold, I think you're being a bit stingy. Let's look at a bit higher team. I'm 92, urge you to do the same.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Correct. And we have a gold award with 90. Well done.
And I'm back. I think the first thing I'm going to do is a judge change. Thank you, Jackie. Wonderful judging. Can we have Tracy to the panel, please? Tracy Scott to the panel. Welcome back. Do you ever wonder about whether that guy in the orange jacket knows that he was going to get this scrutinised? Next print, please. Oh, thank you, judges. We have an 89 with an automatic challenge available. Craig, you are the highest.
Okay. I'm on 94. And it just makes me so happy, this image. It's just so joyful. All of these happy faces, the smiles, the winks, the raised eyebrows, and it's just been put together really nicely. And I think the layout and the colour tones and the almost just randomness of it all really evokes the randomness of why is somebody going away and finding all these weird things. What, I don't even know what they are. I thought they were letterboxes, and then I thought they were like parking meters. I don't know what they are. I don't care what they are. They make me happy. They're what? Oh, when you're buzzing in the house. Okay. Well, they make me happy. And then the fact that they're intercoms makes it even better, because somebody's going to speak right into those mouths. So 94.
All right, Tracy Scott.
I gave this 85, and I was probably being too tight. I love the fact that people travel, and they travel to visit people, and these are intercoms. So each one of these, this person has travelled somewhere to find and to communicate with other people. The thing that held me back a tiny bit was the layout wasn't quite as symmetrical or spot on as I thought it could be, because there were shapes there I would have played. But that, that's me. I'm listening to you, and I think I'm probably tight at 85 and could go to gold.
T. Stew.
I love the fact that wherever this is in the world, I'm not really too sure, it's very local, and it certainly describes the place. And if you haven't seen it, the clincher for me was the third image on the second to bottom. It's very sort of Picasso, and let's say it was in Spain or whatever. Look, I think this is pretty cool, that little quirky face.
Back to you, Craig.
All right, well, yeah, aside from the humour and everything, I think knowing now that they're intercoms, like, this speaks then of connection as well. Literally, yeah. And, yeah, I think that we should be scoring this in the gold range.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. It's sitting on 89. It's pretty close. Craig wants gold, and Craig gets gold. That's 92 gold award. Next print, please. Okay, we start with 92, and Craig is ready to go.
I scored this 99. I am not a religious person, but this is an image that probably has made me feel that, that you can imagine that there is somebody watching over us and there is something afterwards. I find it really confronting for my own kind of mortality. I feel that it has this beautiful abstraction, and it feels ceremonial. I think that the kind of water and the floating and that kind of old way where Vikings or lots of other cultures set their dead off into the water. It feels somewhat peaceful, but yeah, I find it quite confronting as well, and I find it really difficult to speak to, but I really feel this, and I really would like to see this get as high as we can possibly take it. I've never seen anything like this. This is this is the best example of this style of image I've ever seen, and there's such powerful storytelling and emotional content in here.
Thanks, Craig. Jeremy.
Yeah, I was a bit light on that silver distinction. Wow, I'm actually saying that. There's some very deliberate decisions that have been made by this photographer to spend the time. They just carry one camera for this specific moments to do this multiple exposure. This is the thing that is breaking my brain. In where are these museum pieces in relation to Venice? I presume that's Venice because it looks like, the canals or the waterways around Venice. And what's the message? And I'm so happy that this is being talked about, and it sounds like everyone's going to have a word. So maybe you can give me a little bit more insight, but are they talking about the death of Venice? Is there a message in that? I'm not quite sure, and I'm listening, and I'm willing to move.
Tony Stewart?
Craig, look, bang on. It's a very powerful and emotive piece, and I also have given it 92 in gold. Let me help with the narrative. You've got a city that I'm reading as Venice, a very strong power base, a Medici family that were ruling. It's very much stemmed in history, but it's on shaky foundations. And you've got this power base crumbling, the role of religion, which was very crucial with the sort of the church and the sort of the figure above, take that as Mary. You've kind of got the power base of old Venice, old Italy, of the old world, under threat, going underwater, shaking. And the photographer, given the fact this is an in-camera category, has not only provided us a travel picture, a sense of place, but a really huge concept. And I think that transcends just going somewhere and seeing something on a street. We've got a really deep, rich tapestry of meaning and the narrative. So Craig, I'm right there with you in wanting to recognise this. It is an old way under threat.
Tracy?
I gave this a 93. I agree with you, Craig. This presents us with the art of a country, the people, the history of a country, the architecture of a country, and done so beautifully in camera in one capture, in one image is quite mind-blowing. So at 93, yeah, I'm looking to move.
Quick comment from Bex, yeah?
I'm on 93. I will absolutely be coming up to distinction. I was a bit stingy. Sorry about that to the photographer. It's insane, and yeah, that's it. Awesome.
All right, Craig.
How do you go to these places and even conceive of doing this in camera? This is so carefully planned and considered, and the time of day, the overcast, just everything, the textures. It's really stunning. I think that you've got that historical element, you've got that sense of place, absolutely nailed, but you've got that deeply personal story that you can connect to and feel yourself in as well. I'm at 99. I think this is one of the best travel images I have ever seen, and please come up as much as you can. This is really an incredible capture.
Thank you. Great discussion, judges. And we have a 98, silver with distinction. Gold with distinction. Did I just say silver? Gold with distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next print, please? Print scores 77, bronze award. Comment from Tony.
I love the analogy of something square going through a round hole, so I think that's absolutely brilliant. Perhaps to improve could have been cropped to show that a little bit tighter.
Thank you. Jeremy, do you want to take a break? And Can we invite, I'm actually going to say Mike Langford to the panel. Haven't had much, Mike. You go for it. And Tony, you've done a wonderful stint here. Do you want to take a break? Roger, do you want to jump on the panel? And can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print scores 78. That is a challenge from Mike Langford.
I gave this 82. I thought it was good enough to scrape into a silver. It's simple, it's graphic, it's about a destination, it's about tourism. It's got all the elements that you need to talk about travel. And so I think it's actually doing that job very well.
Bex, coming to you.
Yeah, look, I was on 73. I popped it in the professional standard range. I think it is a professional capture. The darks really bring me in and down. I sort of feel they're very heavy and take away from sort of a bit more of the environment, sort of seeing inside that cabin and then looking out, kind of having those two pictures in one. Not sure about the left, what that adds. I mean, it balances it, but yeah, I probably just needed a bit more to pop it into bronze, but I'm listening.
Craig, yeah, you've got a bit of support there.
I'm at 81. I think this just deserves a silver award. Bex, I like the advancing colours that the warmth brings in this, and I really like just seeing that Lord of the Isles on the life thingy there. So yeah, I thought that this deserves a silver too.
All right, Mike.
Yeah, just quickly, the interior doesn't need to be lit. We actually know what it is, and if there was more information in here, it wouldn't be so direct. I think being forced to look outside is what you do when you're on a cruise boat. You're actually not focused inside, and I think that's what's happening with this treatment. Do urge you to think just a little bit higher.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Started on 78. And we have a silver at 80. Next print, please. And print scores 80. That is a silver award. Can I have a comment for this photographer, please? Mike Langford.
I think this could be improved just by a little bit more detail on the blacks. I think I'd like to see more texture, but that's just a personal observation.
Thank you, Mike. Bex, ready for a break? Jackie, can we have you settle up and have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Prince scores an initial 82. Jackie, yeah, you're going to challenge that?
I've scored at 86. Beautiful technique, a sense of place, the movement telling us about where we are and what happens on that canal. But the leaning person that balances out that highlight, that's the hook that brought me into the distinction area. The delicate gradation of black and whites and the light tones in the background of those buildings. There's a lovely repetition in there, a sense of harmony, and beautifully printed.
Thank you, Jackie. Mike Langford.
I gave the 74. I agree with what Jackie's just pointed out, and I'll probably lift my score into a bronze, but I actually found a real competitive sky. I think the dark sky has taken our eye far too much away from the buildings, and tonally, if you separate all those elements out, it would be a much stronger print, in my opinion, if the sky was lighter.
Thanks, Mike. Craig, keen to chat?
Yeah, keen to chat on this. I'm actually at 88, and I think it's beautiful. I think technically it's beautifully crafted, beautifully presented. I love how we've got these separate trio of elements really in that brooding sky, the sharpness and the detail in the buildings, and then the movement of life below with the boat and the figure. I think, I think it's beautiful, and I would love to see this in the distinction range.
Thank you. But Jackie, just before you go, Roger's got a quick something to add.
Quick question, Jackie. I mean, I scored it 78. It's a beautifully printed image of a beautiful place, and I too like that figure. My big question I've got I'm struggling with in terms of coming up, which is why I'm asking, is the blurred boat. To me, it spoils the aesthetic. It's just a big sort of sausage of blur, really, and it doesn't add to the narrative enough for me. But if you can resolve that for me, I can think about coming up.
Thanks, Roger. Back to you, Jackie.
It's I think the boat and the lines from that boat create the energy that otherwise wouldn't be there. This is a busy place, and we only see one person that's there. So I guess it alludes to busyness, and then you have this stillness all around it. So I think that creates that contrast and that kind of difference that brings an energy. So that's an energy thing. And the dark sky, it needed to be dark so that the buildings could be light, because they're popping out there as individuals. They've got their own personality. That's 86 silver distinction.
Thank you, Jackie. Judges, please rescore this photograph. And we get an 85, silver with distinction. Next print, please. And we have a 76 Bronze Award. Can I have some constructive feedback for this photographer? Jackie's ready to go.
Yeah, it's great timing. The boat's in a perfect spot, but it just needs a little bit of a dodge. It needs to just glow out of there a little bit and float through that canal. Some of those midtones, it's just getting a little bit muddy. So it's really quite close, but it just needs a little bit more vavoom.
Thank you, Jackie. Craig, wonderful judging. Would you like to take a break? Can I invite Francis back to the panel? Vavoom. Vavoom. Good vavoom in the judging panel today, guys. Good work. All right, next print, please. Okay, Prince scores an initial 83, but I would like to hear from Francis about this. Yes.
Yes, I put that into the gold range, 91. I think it's a very unique, innovative, new idea of an image, but it's storytelling, it's travel, it gives us a place, a sense of place, but it's also arranged in a very geometrical way, very graphical way, and it's extremely pleasing to look at, and the print quality is very nice as well. So please go and have another look. There's so much details to see, and consider your score and come up a bit.
Thank you, Francis. I was going to ask Tracy to speak next, but take your time, have another look.
I scored this a 75. I enjoyed, the upstairs, downstairs, the cold downstairs, the vibrant party type, having a great time upstairs while everybody's slogging away downstairs. I just would like to have seen more post-production by the photographer to deal with some of the highlights and details in the window frames and the lighting of the people. I just found it a bit unresolved.
Thanks, Tracy. Jackie, can I? Oh, sorry. Actually, Roger, you were keen to talk.
Look, I dithered with this one. I don't know whether I wasn't brave enough or not. I love the narrative, the upstairs, downstairs, the warm and cold, the workers. The highlighting of the workers.
What was your score, Roger?
I scored it 87, and I toyed with going gold. What held me back on gold was I just wasn't sure whether there was enough going on in those top panels, particularly the one on the top left. And I don't know. I mean, the top right's empty. Maybe that's deliberate. Maybe people would help me with that. The one in the middle, I think, is fine, but the one on the left's a sort of bit. She's sort of squashed over to the middle. It's not quite in. I don't know. Not doing much interesting. The ones on the bottom, I think, are fantastic. I don't see the same technical issues that you see, Tracy. And even if I did, I think it's more about the story and the originality. So, yeah, help me resolve some of my questions, and I'm prepared to come up.
Thanks, Roger. Francis, can you help?
Yes, I can help, absolutely. Right, going back to the technical points, Tracy, I think the highlights in this case are absolutely fine because these places are often lit by very strong, not soft light, it can be fluorescent light. These countries often have lights like that, and it's very, very hard to, and I think it shows it well. It's probably not a cozy place as we used to more in the Western cultures where the light temperatures in food places or restaurants are balanced. So I think that works really well. The other technical point you mentioned about the details, I think it's a window glass. It might be a hot country. The windows might not be as well clean, so I think it's fine not to be extra sharp. I think it all adds to the atmosphere. Now, in terms of the story, I think it brings it really to a next level, quite an emotional level as well. These people down, they're working hard. The window on the right, that no one actually sits in the restaurant, gives also me the indication that they're working super hard to fill that restaurant. It looks like it could be Christmas time. There's a bit of Christmas decoration around on the two top windows. They need to fill this place up in order to make a living under fairly harsh conditions working in that kitchen. It's probably overly hot in there, while people upstairs might be in a nice air-conditioned area. So it just rounds it all up how the reality can be when you have food in a restaurant like that, what the working conditions are of people who actually prepare your food. So have another look. I found it's very unique, interesting, presented to us in a square format, but also has got that really strong narrative. And for me, it's a clear gold award. So please reconsider your score.
Thank you, judges. Good discussion. Please rescore now. Starting average of 83. Francis looking for gold. Hang on, don't take the print away. Haven't finished yet. Final score of 88. That is a silver with distinction. Wonderful. And next print, please. Print handlers, you can just leave the print there until we say next print, maybe just to be sure. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 83. And an automatic challenge for you, Roger. I thought you were deliberately ignoring me. Collect your thoughts. You've got a challenge to do. Turn your mic on, mate.
I put this at 90. The two things that really stood out for me were the timing of the moment with the face enveloped by the incense, which is the story, isn't it? And then the second thing is the guy just peeping out from behind, watching what's going on in the shadows. Just a decisive moment, a beautiful palette, and well done by the photographer.
Thank you, Roger. I'm going to come to Mike Langford next.
I gave this 77. I was actually really excited when I first saw this image walk around, but when I saw the print, I was totally disappointed by the flatness of it, the lack of clarity within there, the separation of the smoke or steam with the person's face. The whites are not white, and I'm just really struggling with this. the whole presentation. I think it's let down potentially a great image, which is a shame.
Thanks, Mike. Like to hear from Francis at the being on the average.
Yes, I like the color palette. I think it's captured at a great time. We can see the person's face well through the smoke. I actually didn't see the second person on the left, so thanks for pointing that out. I do see a little bit of an issue with print quality and the darker areas. It's a little bit muddy, so which is could be brought out a little bit more. But yes, overall a very beautiful image, and yes.
Thank you, Roger. Back to you. It's currently in silver at 83.
Yeah, all right. Look, I scored it gold. I'm happy to aim for silver distinction. I accept your points, Mike. I think this is it's going to be a sort of fairly subdued sort of place with the incense flying around and all the rest of it. So perhaps we could give the photographer the benefit of the doubt there. But I'm looking past that really to the narrative and the other aspects, which is really that decisive moment and an unusual way of presenting this story. So I urge you just to come up in as much as you can.
Thank you, judges. Good discussion. Can we please rescore this entry? And we've got an 84. Every point counts. That's a strong silver. Next print, please. Just let the judges know we are sort of creeping out in the per print time. Keep those comments nice and concise. You're doing a wonderful job. Print scores a 72, that is a professional standard, and I would love some feedback for this entrant, please. Roger, got something to say? Yeah?
Yeah, beautiful framing, looking down the arches. For me, one of the main ways you could improve it is to, I guess, wait for a different time. The figures are sort of not separated, and if they're more central, that might be, and probably doing something a bit more interesting. Final things, just the highlights. The brightest part of the image are actually on the left-hand edges, which drags your eyes out to the side.
Thank you, Roger. Next print, please. Making a note to myself to always do more interesting things when I'm around Roger. Okay, we have an initial score of 84. Oh, Mike was keener. I'm going to give it to him.
I gave this 86. It has a real sort of banal Martin Parr feel to it, who's a photographer that I really like, who photographs the ordinary in an extraordinary way, and I feel that's what's happened in here. It almost feels like it's got a fill and flash, as you can see on the rod to the left, which has just amplified some of those elements in there. That it's made the ordinary extraordinary, and I think that's a real skill.
Thanks, Mike. Francis, not too far away.
Playing with colour. Oh, whoops, sorry. I thought it was a very clever way of playing with colours. I like the sort of more graphical approach to it, the square crop works really well, and the printing quality is superb. So I'm on 82, and I'm considering to come up.
Thank you. Roger, a bit of let you talk since you were up there.
3 areas I thought that worth discussion really: composition, colour, and story. So the composition is really quite precise. Everything sort of is arranged to not clash with anything else and yet connect with anything else. As example, with the wee lamp on top of the pink chimney pot. Colour, the colour is just, it's a beautiful, vibrant palette. But apart from that, they actually connect. So, for example, the hearts, they're pink, and they connect with the pink house. The shirt is green and has got orange stripes, connects with the orange. So that's the colour. Well, the sky and the blue house. It's all sort of repeating colours, all linking in together beautifully. And then finally, there's no people in it, but there's all the sort of, you can imagine who lives there and what sort of life that they probably live. Yes, and the little nugget on top was just the pink hearts, really. What are they? Why are they there? You can't help but feel that this person's some sort of artisan. So that's why I scored it 87.
Thanks, Roger. Back to Mike.
Roger's just said it all, thank you.
All right, well, let's rescore the image and see where we get to. Started at 84. And soon enough, we'll know. We have an 86, silver with distinction. Great stuff. Next print, please. Okay, this print scores 80. That is a silver award. Can I have some constructive feedback, please? Jackie.
Yep, I scored it right up there at 83, and to perhaps bring it up further, it's difficult because it's really a classic scene, but maybe somehow some movement in the machinery, something that gives us some difference between the stillness of the guy working and then the activity that's happening in there. But a really beautiful print and lovely skin quality on that guy. Well done.
Thanks, Jackie. Can I ask Tracy to take a wee break? You've done some wonderful work on the panel. And Tanya, are you all right to jump back in? And we'll have the next print, please. Oh, sorry, we're just having a minor technical difficulty. We have now received all of the scores. We have an 82 average. And there's an automatic challenge. I'm going to go to Roger for that. He's outscored you, Jackie.
I scored this 90. The reason I scored it 90 was I think it just struck me, it moved me really. It's a travel image, but on a deeper level, it's an image about life, isn't it? This guy's on his own in the picture. He's got a plastic bag. We can hardly see his face. He's hunched over. I presume he's got a hunched back, and he's sort of looking desperately to look at the picture. He looks terribly sad, but yet he's still doing what he loves to do. And the thing that really moved me was the child in the picture looking out at him, the younger generation looking back. I was hoping it was going to be a male, and then it would be an image of himself looking back at his older self, if you like. But it doesn't really matter. It's youth looking on it. It's a reminder of youth to age, really. And I just found that quite powerful. Yeah, so I urge you to come up. I think it's been well seen by the photographer.
All right, thank you. Tanya, at the other end of this range?
Yeah, I was on 74. I appreciated the shapes drawing us into the figure, and I was just a little conflicted with the little white info thing at the bottom by his knee and the fact of where his head was in the frame. I appreciated that he just like has that the bag he's holding. I found that balance was quite cool, but that was there's just those couple of things that took it down for me. Thank you for mentioning the person in the centre to the right.
Apologies, guys. I got a little distracted briefly there. Keep
Thank
going.
you. Thank you for pointing out the where the central figure is looking.
Yeah, Jackie, next.
So I'm in support of the print. I'm on 86 at the moment, and I think if it had been just printed, the print was a little bit darker. We may have looked past some of the faults that are in there. But for me, it's the drapery of the man's coat, the drapery of the plastic bag, the gesture of the man looking down at the little sign. So it's not really about him, it's about the artwork that then reflects the guy with the drapery across his parts and it's draping down into the water of the man in the water. And somehow that is all mimicking the gesture that's happening on the right-hand side. There's a beautiful synergy happening. And you're in an art gallery and you're so inspired by what you're seeing. And all of a sudden the things come together and you make this moment, this capture that the photographer is loving it. There's even that little shadow of the man's against the wall. I think that's subtly part of it. There's nothing really that you can take out of the frame. That everything is in there for a purpose. That's where I was at the silver distinction range.
Thanks, Jackie. Back to Roger.
Thanks, Jackie, for saying all the technical things I wanted to say. But yeah, for me, it's just that strong emotive connection, really. You talked about the back of his coat and the plastic bag. Like, why is his coat crumpled? Why has he got a plastic bag and not another plastic bag? And why is he at an art gallery? It strikes to me as somebody who's probably got money but chooses not to spend it. And this is what he loves to do, but he's on his own and things are just decaying a bit, really. And he's struggling, but he's still there, and there's youth speaking to him, the life that used to be. So I urge you to just think about that and up your scores.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this photograph, which is currently sitting in silver on an 82. And with Roger's discussion, we've got an 86, silver with distinction. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. That print scores 74. There's professional standard there. Francis,
Yes,
you
I just
take a challenge? Yeah?
Yes, please. I had it at 78 just for the leading lines. It's probably a subject we've seen many times, but it's done and crafted extremely well. I lead through, my eyes lead through the whole walkway there, right into the back of it. There is still details left in the back. And then the two birds in the front, they actually bring me back to where I'm supposed to look. So I found it quite pleasing to just follow through, walk through there, and the print quality is very nice. So I put it into the bronze range for this.
Thanks, Francis. Roger didn't put it in the award range. Do you want to tell us why?
Two things really. One was I needed more really. Basically, you've got you've got the classic view of an arched corridor, I guess, and now you've got these pigeons in there. But again, they're not adding an awful lot. The brightest part of the image is the arches to the left, and they're sort of dragging you away from the main the main subject of the image, which is down the corridor. So that's why I rewarded that with a professional standard.
Thank you, Jackie. Are you happy? Happy to go back to Francis? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I just rewarded the strong architectural nature of this image and the print quality. So yes.
All right. Thank you, judges. Good concise discussion. If we can rescore this into the entry before you, and hopefully the photographer got something valuable out of that discussion. And we have a 74. That's a professional standard. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. That is a initial score of 78. That is a bronze award. Can I have a comment for the author's photographer's benefit? Mike?
I think this is a case of less is more. I think they've tried too hard. 3 images is a big ask to get really good, and so maybe one of those images might have done higher, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mike. Roger, do you want to take a break from the panel? And Tony Stewart, can I invite you back? Yeah, go for it. Grab some lunch if you want, mate. And we'll have the next print, please. Oh, thank you, judges. We have a 77 challenge from Mike.
I gave this 82. I find this a really good destination photograph. It's old, it's decrepit, things are falling off. The textures are wonderful. It's got a Mediterranean feel to it. It reeks of destination, a place I'd quite like to travel to.
Wonderful. And Francis, can we hear from you?
Yes, it's a beautifully seen architecture of an old building. I just found the final print probably has a little bit of a blue cast to it, especially in the windows, but also in that sort of concretey wall. So I just wonder if that could put brought down a little bit.
Thanks, Francis. Tanya, you're on the calculated average. Nothing to add? All right, back to you, Mike.
Yeah, actually, I agree that there is a slight blue cast to it, but I think that's because it's Mediterranean, because it's next to the sea. We're told that story by the ropes in the foreground that are fishing ropes. I think the whole thing is a storytelling photograph, and it's a destination photograph. I'm only asking for an 81 or an 80, or even a very, very low 80. But anyway, I think it's successful in what it's trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Please score this one again. And we have an 80 silver. Thank you very much. Next print, please. The first time you said Mediterranean, I heard miniature alien, and it took me a long time to work out what was going on. Thank you, judges. Print scores 80 silver. Can someone give me, Tanya, you got some feedback for this photographer?
Yeah, a great way to capture humour. Your eye naturally reads down through the image, and then a little bit of humour on the right with the speech bubble. Yeah, well done to the author.
Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 80. That is a silver award. Someone have something constructive to add for this one? Tony Stewart. No? Jackie? Give me a little...
I'll try. Yeah. There's a lovely little nugget in there of the lady with the on oxygen in the background, and they're all great little stories going on in here. Perhaps there's too much going on, and that's where you can try maybe taking the colour out and bringing it into a timepiece. Maybe, but really well seen. Congratulations.
Thank you. Next print, please. And we have a score of 70. It's a professional standard. Could I have some feedback for this photographer, please? Francis? Oh, Jackie, were you about to go? If you had something ready to go for it.
All right, sure. The king is the guy at the window, but I'm finding that the biggest part of the image is the girl who's walking out of frame and just missed that moment. Perhaps the next moment when she'd left the frame would have been better.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thanks, team. We have a 77. That is a bronze award. Congratulations. You may make a suggestion, Mike.
I have a feeling this would be much stronger had you not left the sky in. I don't think you need the top of the tree, and I think the graphics below that are very strong and would elevate the image.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next print, please? Oh, this is the... Hang on, hold on. Slow down. We've got the entry removed screen here. Is that a... Oh, you... I see. All right then, don't judge this one. It's not. It doesn't exist. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an 85 as an initial score. Tanya's going to take a challenge on that.
Yeah, I scored this 92. I was completely, I guess, surprised at what I saw, and I thought, what a really great way to have a multiple exposure perfectly positioned, and then really well balanced with the other set of hands on the bottom left-hand side. Initially thought perhaps a little clumsy with the composing, but then I think it really works well with that second set of hands on the left to draw us up and around the image. So yeah, well done. That's such a great capture.
Tony, can I come to you?
Absolutely. 83, and I think I'm going to probably head up here because I think you're right, Tony, that I love the fact you've kind of got these sort of the gang sign finger sort of things. That's, even though we know it's a selfie, but it's almost sort of like there's this sacred art that sort of we've either desecrated through technology or people sort of clambering over it, and it's almost a little bit referencing the art theft a wee while ago. Someone's grabbing the painting and stuff. So there's a bit of stuff going on here which I do enjoy as well. So look, I will be coming up, and I think a very clever capture that's quite original, unique in how we're seeing.
Okay, Francis.
Yes, I'm on 84, and I think it is a very clever capture. Technically, done beautiful. The colour palette is nice. I just found it's a little bit soft in the hands and in Mona Lisa's face as well. I'm sitting on the edge there because I'm not sure about all the hands. I can see Mona Lisa probably takes a selfie of herself there, but I'm not quite sure how the narrative of the hands on the bottom left go. So if you can explain that to me and give me a bit more of an idea of the story.
Thanks, Francis. Back to you, Tanya.
Yeah, it's kind of like a play on graffiti of our modern time. We have this timeless, amazing image that hundreds of thousands of people have come to see, and then this is our modern day expression of what we're all obsessed with now. And I think it's really quite clever that we still have enough. We have sharpness in the frame, and I understand what you're saying about the Mona Lisa and the hands not quite so sharp, but that's with the multiple exposure. I think that all makes sense. And in the bottom left, although it could be considered slightly distracting, it once again is another example of our modern day times, of how we're all holding our fingers in certain ways, and this is how we capture the world these days. Yeah, I think it's just such a refreshing image to judge.
Thank you, judges. If you can please rescore this. Currently sitting on 85, which is a silver with distinction, and 87, a very strong silver with distinction. Congratulations. I'm going to do some judge switching. I've already forgotten what I'm doing. Francis and Mike, thank you very much. Take a break. Rebecca and Jeremy, please rejoin the panel. Welcome back. Big day for the Mona Lisa in the travel category. Yeah, we have. And we'll have the next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 81.
Really?
Yeah, really, Tanya. It's you again.
Challenge. Yeah. I scored this 92. For a start, what exquisite printing this image has. Every part of the image is so beautifully printed, that everything's well controlled. And what I really appreciate about when we're drawn into this image is the repetition of pattern from the circular shapes on the ground to the circle of the head in the background, just how the figure is enveloped within the image, and the beautiful little bit of ray of light at the back. It's an absolute delight. I'd like you to consider coming up to gold.
Thank you, Tanya. Tony Stewart.
Look, I'm on 72, professional standard, and I agree that we've got some strong features and graphic elements and the colour. I'm reading this as an art installation that the photographer has visited, where in essence everything's been provided. This scene would be available to anyone that was to walk in there. So the richness of the sort of this fabric form and the flow and the lighting, I don't necessarily give the photographer credit for this because it's been created already. What I would like to see is that figure who is engaging with the artwork doing so with a sense of purpose, and are they enamoured with the art and what they're seeing. Instead, I see it as being very static and very almost they're lacking in interaction. So I'm not quite there understanding the richness that you might be seeing, I'm afraid, Tanya.
Jackie, were you leaning forward to have a chat or just to listen? I do want to come to someone close to the average, so maybe I'll pick on Bex then.
I scored this in 83. I'm quite happy with it sitting there in the silver. What I do take from it is that this person is enveloped, that's the word I came up with, in the environment. And so when you travel and you're enveloped in an environment, this is what I see here, that they are part of this and they've been surrounded by it and they're in it. But apart from that, probably looking for something else just to lift me up.
Thanks, Bex. Tanya, it's back to you.
Yeah, thank you for both your comments. And I hear what you're saying, Tony. In saying that, as a creator, you have the choice of where you stand to capture an artwork and the figure as well. So I think that it's the way that the photographer has captured this in this composition works super beautifully. And I feel like it's a quiet moment, and I love that idea of often we see people viewing artwork from a distance on a wall, where this one is the focus is being part of it, and that's what I really love about it.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Starting on 81. Jackie. And 82. Every point counts. Kapai. Let's have the next print, please. Okay, Prince sitting at 89. Who's going first? Yep. Jackie, it's all yours.
Yeah, 92. Just a piece of art. I mean, the man under the water with the distant pool, on top of a very expensive hotel, contrasting blandly and brightly with this desolate sort of culture or wherever we are in the background. There's beyond what you can read into it. I think the composition is really superb, and the quality of bubbles and movement and gesture in the pool is just really engaging. 92.
Thanks, Jackie. I think we know who's going next. Jeremy?
Yeah, I was a little bit lower than that. I was on 74. Yeah, I agree. There's some interest in the pool there. That looks great. When I get to the top quarter of the image, I'm just lost. It's I don't know. There's loss of detail. It doesn't feel like it's been handled that well. So I'm really struggling with that versus that single figure in the pool. I'm chasing more. I want a little bit more handling, a little bit better handling in the top part. I'm listening.
Tony Stewart, you're in the SD range.
Look, I'm 86, and I think I needed a bit of a poke to go further, so I'm actually pleased that you've done this, Jackie. I'm reading here, I mean, how lucky to get an infinity pool with a glass window for a start, but also I'm reading this as being, we've got this built-up urban environment that's grey, it's under construction, it's taking over. You can almost see that top of the pool as being above ground. The only escape from that with a sense of colour is to sort of deep dive into your own space, and that's sort of a person's, the travel is almost internal, mental here, as much as it is physical. So I think there's actually another analogy that's really rich and rewarding.
Bex, I think your sleeves are puffed up with excitement.
I'm here. I'm totally in support of 92, with 92 gold. I probably might even be coming up a few more points. This for me is like, the end of the day, they've been out in the city, it's smoggy, it's a bit grim, there's no colour, there's no life, and they're like, it's that relaxing. Look at the stance of the arms in that person. There is so much relief and relax feel there of travelling. This is the travel category, and it's hard and it's hot, and they're in a environment that's perhaps not so pretty or whatever, and they've come back to the pool and they're just so happy and relaxed, and that relief of being there. It's so brave. This composition's very, very brave and different. And I don't think you need any detail in the sky. I think that's actually what kind of lifts it. It balances with that white of the bubbles and that light bit of the pool at the bottom. I think it's brilliant.
All right, back to you, Jackie.
Yeah, thanks. The exposure is correct for the subject. We know where to look, and that's what a photograph, a single capture photograph, can't often do that extreme tonal range from really brights to darks. But what the photographer has brought to you is blue, and then those sort of bland colours at the top. And the bubbles have come from the buildings. The composition has pulled you from that into, and he's directing to the other structures. So your eye moves around that frame really, really beautifully. 92.
Thank you, judges. Can you please rescore? Lovely corridor, and I would love to see where we can get to. 91 gold. Congratulations. And with that, Jackie, you deserve a rest. Good talking. Tracy, can I invite you back to the panel? And we'll have the next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 83. Sounds like we're happy at a silver award. Can I have a comment for this photographer, Jeremy?
Yeah, I love this kind of stuff. Selling a dream, but the reality is waiting, sleeping, catching up, uncomfortable. It's a really great moment, great capture. Congratulations on your silver.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have an 81. Jeremy's going to challenge that.
Ironically, this is really exciting. This is a really exciting little triptych. of a place that was probably designed and built to be exciting, yet no one visited it. And then it fell apart, and here's the photographer revisiting it to capture what it is now, and it's nature catching up and taking over. There's something that I really love about the flow through the three images. They connect really well. The water slide going in and then finishing with the pool. The line of the trees being, the line of the sky being introduced in that second one flows through to the last one. The little pretend crocodile coming into the pool down the bottom. It's just this perfect balance of nature versus man, which I think is amazing. And nature's winning this little war and reclaiming its rightful place. I think there's beauty in this ugly scene that the photographers captured and presented to us, and I'm really enjoying that. And I look for this kind of stuff when I go travelling as well. It might have been a cyclone that ruined it. It might have been people just ignoring it. Who knows? I love that there is a story underneath that we don't know, but I love what I'm seeing visually as well.
All right, there's three of you at the other end on 78. So maybe Tanya, do you want to take up that side of
I was
things?
actually swaying between where I scored at 78 and into silvers. So the fact we've had the chance to talk about this is great. And I think the only thing that stopped it for me was initially was the right image being quite a lot brighter than the other two. However, I appreciate your talk, and I also really am intrigued by what is the story and was it a cyclone and so the information that we don't know is really what draws me to this image overall. It is a beautiful set of three images, so I will go up.
Thanks, Tanya. For want of anyone trying to grab my attention, I am going to throw it back to Jeremy to finish it off.
There's more sky, there's more light. That makes sense on that last frame. That doesn't bother me. There's good detail in the pool. I love a good reflection as well. Those palm trees reflecting in the pool is really pretty, despite there's probably, dead frogs and rats in that pool, and it's full of algae and dying, and the fake crocodile wanting to go in and have a dive. There's just a really nice set of images that I think we really need to reward this photographer for seeing, capturing, and presenting them this way. Come on up.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Jeremy, I think you just need to resend your same score. Thank you. And that's an 83. 2 more points. That's a silver award. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a 79. Yeah, go on, Tony.
Look, in fairness, we're going to go to a judge off anyway. So look, I love the celebration of ordinary and everyday life of someone travelling, new broom sweeping clean in someone's house. We don't know if he's coming in or out, but I think there's a lovely moment that's been witnessed that has been decisive. And I love the really strong, the graphics and the colours and the stripes, well composed. I think if we're going to do a trade-off and have a wee look, maybe you could find on your hearts to go silver rather than bronze.
Far end there, Bex. Can I hear from you?
It's very strong bronze at 77, but I'm listening. I'm glad we're having a chat about it, actually. The more I look at it, the more I just think, actually, it's brilliant. It's so simple, isn't it? But it says a lot, and there's lots of different ways the photographer could have captured this, and given us this image, but they've made some deliberate choices, and I think that's worth rewarding. I'll be coming up to silver.
Thanks, Bex. And Jeremy, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. I think you've kind of hit the nail on the head. I think it's the how mundane it is probably the hero of this frame. Like, they're a really simple, boring chair, but there's a lot of pride in this as well. Like how clean that street is. Like that broom works, and he obviously works that broom. There is pride in this man's life, and that is actually coming through. And I'm glad we've had time to have a chat and have a think.
Thank you. Back to Tony.
Very simple summary: deliberate observation of the ordinary.
Thank you. Can we... Oh, hang on. I didn't get my thing didn't go through. Stand by. Hold the line, caller. And you may now rescore this entry. And we've got it over the line. That is an 81 Silver Award. Okie dokie. Tanya, thank you very much. You may take a well-earned break. Craig, let's have you back on the panel, I think. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we had an initial score of 76. Tony, give it a hoon.
Look, I'm 81, and there's just something clever about this that I just wanted to share if it helps you understand it. I'm not sure if it's the best photographically with some flaws, but I tell you that the idea behind this I like is that when you go travelling, I'm sure it's happened to many of you, you're on the platform alone, you've got the wrong train, the wrong bus, you feel like you're in the spotlight, not too sure how to get out of it. There's a void between you and where you need to be going, which is the train on the other side of the platform. So this is actually a travel shot that speaks to me more about the getting lost and the turmoil and the fact that we stuff it up and you just feel like under pressure and you don't know how you're going to solve it. And it's funny enough, on Monday we just had a Japanese student come and stay fresh off the plane from Japan. She got the wrong bus and I had to go and rescue her on Monday. Virtually the same kind of thing. And I think if it happens to you, you feel like the whole world is looking at you. No one cares, but that's the feeling.
Thanks, Tony. Rebecca?
Sorry, put the microphone on. I am sitting on 70 professional capture. Just a bit jarring for me, and I don't get that story. I probably just see it as a moment captured, bright light, lovely shadows, that kind of thing. But yeah, maybe that is the story. I'm listening.
All right. Yeah, go for it, Craig.
I scored it 78, and I'm happy to come up, Tony. I thought that the loneliness of this was what really makes it, and I think that there's also a conversation about women travelling alone and their safety and things, and she's using an app or chatting to friends to make sure that they know that she's okay, kind of thing. So that's what I saw into it. So yeah, I'll come up.
Thank you. Back to Tony.
It's just very simple. Isolation of travel and that kind of mood and feeling that's invoked with that. I've just asked you for silver, please.
Thank you, judges. Please score this one again. Presently in a bronze category. Tony's got it to a silver at 81. Very good. Next print, please. Ooh, a bit of a spread of scores there. We've got an initial 84. Tracy Scott.
I scored this 93. This tells me so much about this destination, the culture, the people. I look at this and I think, well, this definitely isn't New Zealand. You look at the different clothes and the different colours, and there's uniforms and there's all kinds of things, and you can tell, there's budgie smugglers, there's all kinds of things in there. When you look closely, it's just a real celebration of colour and shape and culture, and gives a huge identity for me about who these people are. And I think that should be celebrated.
Thank you, Tracy. Craig.
I'm at 78 on this one, and I think I've probably been a little bit hard on it. I guess what I was looking for is, the photographer has found this scene, and it's very straight on, and it's very two-dimensional. And could there have been a better moment here where, perhaps there was a person in the frame to give some extra life to it? And that's what I was kind of missing, to have taken it into the higher ranges, but I'll come up. I'm keen to hear what you guys all say as well.
Thanks, Craig. Tony's bursting out of his chair.
Just a clever observation if you haven't picked it. Flat 3 at number 820 is the family, and look at all their washing. It's all tie-dye because it's all gone through the same wash. The single person living at flat 2 is all neat and tidy, so I think it's actually, there's just another layer there too, if it helps.
Thanks, Tony. Jeremy, you got a little contribution?
Yeah, I was at 88. I'm definitely going to gold. Craig, you said maybe if there was a human coming through. I actually think that if there was a human in here, it would be oversaturated, because there's humanity written all over this image. I don't know how you do things in New Zealand, but we hide our clothes in the backyard when we dry them. And they're on display, like budgie smugglers. I can see a G-string. Like, it's just all hanging out there for people to see, and that I think is hilarious. But the frame itself, it's so perfectly framed, with the shadow at the top, a little bit of concrete, and the two vertical drain pipes on the left and right. It tells me so much more than actually seeing the people that live in here. And I think we should reward this. This is like a beautiful moment seen and captured and presented to us.
Thanks, Jeremy. And come back to Tracy.
Thank you guys for your support. I think this is, like you said in an earlier print, celebrating the ordinary, except these people are quite extraordinary. And I think it's a beautiful celebration of place and people.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we have a 90. That is a gold award. All right, Tony Stewart, you may take a break. Get some lunch if you can. Roger Wanless, would you like to join us back on the panel? And we'll have the next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have an 81 silver award. Some constructive feedback, please, Craig.
Congratulations. I think the lighting in this is really gorgeous on those first two images. If you had the same direction of light in the middle image, I think that would just finish it off and give it a little bit of extra consistency that would really make it.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Can we... Oh, sorry. We have a score of 75. That is a bronze award. Can I have a constructive comment from Tracy?
I think this could have been improved by just perhaps, a slight vignetting at the top. And not quite sure what more I can add to that.
Thank you, Tracy. That's right. Can we have the next print, please? 75. That was a 75, yeah. Thank you, judges. Initial score, please. Okay, we have an 80, a silver award. And Roger's going to take the challenge? No, just a comment. Oh, yeah, go for it, Craig.
Congratulations on the silver. I really like this kind of split view of the top and bottom and the kind of journey that it takes to get there. I would just take a look at that second image in the middle because it just spoils the whole tonal range of the rest of the images.
Thank you, Craig. Next sprint, please. Print scores 75, and that is a bronze award. Can I have some feedback for this photographer? Yeah, Craig.
Yeah, congratulations on the bronze. I think when you're photographing animals, the golden rule is to get down to their perspective. And I think especially when you've got this interaction going on here, and the guy is crouched down as well, you really want to get low and immerse yourself into their connection, and then just, add to the background to give you some context of the place. But yeah, just get lower, I think would really help this.
Kapai, good feedback for that photographer. All right, can Roger and Jeremy, thank you very much. Wonderful work on the panel. Take a break, grab some lunch if you can. And Tony and Jackie, can I invite you to the panel? Next print, please. Okay, we have a 76. That is a bronze award. One of my fresh judges give us a comment. Tony?
The power of the shot here, I think, is in the selfie that takes us to the bird and the people on the arches. I think that's very, very clever and great observation. The foreground's perhaps a little bit soft, so a crop there could actually help this.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. And then we have an 85. And Bex is going to challenge that.
I put this in at gold, actually, at 90, and we're all going to say it, but that tiny, beautiful little boat that is just like this miniature, minuscule little thing in this giant landscape, and it's the smallest thing that I probably have ever seen that's created something so big, because the world around us we are like nothing, tiny little ants on this landscape and on this earth, and that is saying it in spades. The sky and the sea and all of those things also kind of almost meld into one, and there's this lovely mirroring of the sky and the sea, and it just blends into this huge landscape and this tiny, and it's not just a boring little boat, like it's got little tiny, not sails, but masts, I don't know about sailing, terrible, but it's quite incredible, and for something, I think it's really deserving of a gold. I think it's unique, and we do see this from the plane, and we do see the world below us, in that miniature form, but this is next level, this is micro, and I think it's to be rewarded.
Thank you, Bex. Jackie's ready to go.
Yeah, I was on 78, so you don't have to convince me hard. but I felt it was a moment missed. The exposure being so high key. Why does it need to be that? That is an emotional impact, though, a high key. But some of the highlights became a little bit too without the gutsy stuff, a little bit of the gutsy and fine details that could have still been brought in there. There's a top left-hand corner, there's that brightness that's right on the edge of frame. Perhaps a little crop would have resolved that. But yeah, I'm getting the feelings and I'm getting the vibe here, so bring it on.
Feelings and vibe. Craig, you're
Yeah.
supportive-ish?
I just want to kind of speak to what Jackie said about the high key feel. I think it feels really silvery, and I love that. And
What was your score, Craig?
I scored at 87. I'll come up with you, Bex. I feel like it could almost be moonlit. It's got that kind of silvery quality to it. So, yeah, I really enjoy it.
And Tracy is also in a supportive range.
I scored this 88, and the only reason I held it back from a gold was that, like Jackie, I thought perhaps could be cropped at the top a little, the brightness going out. But at the same time, Bex, your discussion, this is very ethereal. It's almost heavenly. It's that gives it that brightness and shows us, like the Bible said, that we are but grains of sand. We are these tiny little nothings when we travel. We think the world has come together and that we have conquered it, but when you see this, we're vastly in the nowhere. So, yeah, I'll come up with you.
Thanks, Tracy. Back to Bex.
I'm not hearing a huge amount of negative here, just apart from a little bit of white at the top, but I don't think that's enough to bring it, to not have it in that gold range. To imagine there are people on that boat, that is quite mind-blowing when we're looking at this, and look how minuscule that is. And the other thing is that I wanted to bring is that watercolour feeling of those tones and that high key. And I think if it wasn't high key and it was dark and it was moody, that it would completely destroy the entire feel of this. I think it would take me way out of a gold. I think it's all been carefully considered and composed, and I think it's absolutely worthy.
Let's go.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this image before you. And we have a 90. That's a gold award. Craig, do you want to hop off the panel? Francis, can we invite you back, please? And we've got a couple more prints before we are onto the digitals. So let's have the next print, please. Okay, we have an initial 73. I think Tracy Scott better challenge that.
I've put this at 86. This is reminiscent for me of those old 1800s photographs of the pink and white terraces that people used to flock from all over the world to go and see. It has all this yummy texture and atmosphere, and we don't know if this is enormous or tiny, but it gives me a sense of mystery and a sense of, it's got a timeless quality to it as well. I think it's a very beautiful, and it makes me want to go there. It makes me want to find out where this place is.
Jackie.
So I scored at 65, and And this is not an alternate process category. It's about a place where we are and how we feel and going there and sense of place. And I found the exposure just too overexposed. It was losing detail in so many spots, and I couldn't see a reason for that. I couldn't see a reason for the no detail and that extreme softness. There is an emotion there, but I feel if the exposure had been better, and that's what professionalism does, it takes me there, and this didn't. I'm sorry.
It's okay, don't apologise. Francis, you're in the average zone.
Yes, I have. I put it in at 73. I do appreciate the location. Yes, it makes me feel like going there. It is very cold. However, I think the crafting of the image could have been executed better. It is very soft. It is slightly overexposed. So yes, I do agree on both sides.
Thank you, Francis. I think it's back over to you, Tracy.
I think I'm going to be struggling here, but I think it's quite deliberately overexposed to give the softness. If you darkened it down some more, all that lovely softness would just disappear. It would become very black and white and very hard, and it would lose that lovely old world feel. That's what I find appealing about it, is the old world feel it has. That sense of new exploration.
Thank you very much, Tracy and judges, for that discussion. Please hold while I press my buttons. And please rescore this entry before you, and we'll see what has happened. 74. Every point counts. That is a professional standard still, but lots to learn from for the photographer there. That was actually the last print. I lied to you earlier. Here I'm gaslighting my judges. So we'll have a brief pause. Please have a stretch, judges, and while we change over to the digital entries, and shortly you'll be back with the lovely Tracy Kennedy, who's going to take over from me for a little while. So same panel for the time being. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hey, sorry about that. Thank you. Welcome back to the travel category. I am Tracy Kennedy, standing in for Jace while he has some lunch, some well-deserved lunch from what I'm hearing. And can we have our first image, please? Okay, we have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Okay, Tracy, would you like to give comment to the photographer, please?
Beautifully lit. I would like to have seen the verticals on the right-hand side straightened slightly, and I'm not 100% sure that the two tell us enough. One might have been enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 74, which is professional standard. You going to challenge?
Seeing as I gave it an 82, I should challenge it. This is another one of those celebrating the ordinary, but it's telling us quite a bit about a culture, about a people, and about, you know, it's garish, it's gimmicky, it's a culture that's not particularly pleasant, and neither are the items that are displayed, but it does tell us quite a bit about what these people believe in and who they are. So, yeah, I snuck it into a silver.
Okay, pass that microphone to Mike, please.
I gave this 60, mainly because I'm not judging a culture, I'm judging photographs, and photographically this is very poor, so I didn't really consider it a professional standard.
Okay, and I've got Tony Stewart.
I certainly am behind Mike here. I believe there's a disparity that's holding me back from an award range where there's a sort of a jagged harshness that doesn't really link these items. And each one of these images, I get it, there's the Trump and the Midwest and all that stuff coming together, but they're a little bit disjointed to have the flow as a series that I'd hope to unite that theme.
Thank you. Back to you, Tracy.
I was of the belief that this was a very deliberate choice to photograph it in a very basic way. This is a very, dare I say it, you know, the general store and the last image show that this is a basic backwater type place. and it's been photographed and shown to us and presented to us in an unsophisticated way. Deliberately, I believe.
Rescore, please. We have a 75 bronze award. Well done to the photographer. Next image. We have a score of 70, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment from Tracy?
I enjoyed the humour in this image. It's shot with an extremely wide-angle lens, which has distorted things a bit. So, yeah, if at all possible, yeah, I'm not quite sure, yeah, what you could do to improve it. Sorry, yeah.
Jackie, did you want to say
else?
something?
Maybe to improve it is to get down to the level of the girl, and you won't get so many verticals going out like that, and be at that level, and then the story would come together.
Thank you. Some great feedback for the photographer. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 72, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment from Jackie, please?
Yeah, it's beautiful colour rendition and image quality here. But just need another little key. Something happening there, maybe a different colour or a person at a door or a window, but really well seen.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 77 bronze award. And Francis, you can challenge that.
Yeah, look, I found that a really good example of a travel image. I guess we've all been there. Killing time, waiting in a possibly not so nice environment where there's no chairs or hardly any chairs, sit on the floor. We've all experienced that, and I think that's documented in quite a nice way with the colours and the light the photographer has used. That is the existing light. So there's nothing cozy about it. There's no food store around. It's just plain and blank, and they just have to kill time. These days they can be all on their phones, and I guess we all remember being in places like that where there was no phone or maybe a book, but they're all on their phones, they don't talk to each other, and they're just waiting for the next ride. It could be on a plane, could be on a train, it doesn't really matter. So
Okay.
yeah, I've had it in the 82, and I'd like you to just consider that as a string.
Okay, cool. We're going to come to Jackie at the other end, thanks.
No, it's 73. It is a banal place. It feels emotionless, which is banal. I guess I've seen this kind of scene before many times. but it's been very well captured, nice verticals. But the sharpness is sort of kind of, I guess I'm just emotionless, and maybe that's part of the idea.
Okay, and just switch that to Tony.
Look, two new things, Dad, and I gave this a 80, so snuck it into silver. There's a bit like my T-shirt. There's the evolution of man, but we have this evolution of traveller. You start alert, get more crouched, and by the end of it, you're weary and tired. So I like that idea. The second thing to introduce that's new is where's Mum? Well, she's off organising. She's doing the tickets, you know. So we've got a person that could be missing. That is the key element here. The rest of the family just rely on Mum for everything.
Okay, back to you, Francis.
Yes, thanks for pointing that out, because there is actually 4 smaller backpacks, so there is a person missing. That's she's probably checking on schedules or delayed trains or flights. The rather banal environment, I think it suits it really, really well, because that's how it is, and they don't have comfortable seats to wait in or a nice coffee to sip on. They just have to put up with that environment, and the photographer has captured that environment quite well. All the lines, all the perspectives are held together and handled the light in the environment quite well as well.
Thank you. Rescore, please, judges. Good talking to a 79 review. So I'll just push the button, and then judges 79 for bronze, 80 for silver, please. And we stay on 79 bronze award. Well done to the photographer. Okay, we're just going to have a quick judge change. Tracy, go and have some lunch. Tanya, can you join the panel, please? And Jackie, and we'll bring Craig on. Thank you. Give you those back. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Oh. I'm entering a score for you. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Mike, please?
Yeah, just a little bit darker. It's just blowing out a little bit where there could be some more detail that would help it go higher.
Thank you so much. Next image, please. Okay, we have a average score of 73 for which is a professional standards. Can we have a comment from Craig, please?
I think there's a really lovely colour toning through here that you've done really nicely. It feels a little bit over-processed on the building and very underdone on the sky. So there's a mismatch in styles here, and I'm torn between whether the off-centre peak in the bottom is a good thing or a bad thing. It kind of feels like a step up to the top, but I also really want some symmetry there too. So have a think about that when you're composing the images.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is majority 3. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Mike, please?
I think this would be stronger if you actually focused on the point that you're trying to make, which I think was the mess of the power wires more than the writing. Unfortunately, the writing is stronger than I think the element that really the photograph's of. So just choose your subject and make that stronger than everything else.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. We have an initial score of 74, which is professional standard. And Tony, you want to challenge that? Oh, no, you want to comment? Okay, thank you.
I think you've got an extremely powerful subject here, if I read this correctly, as Auschwitz, and you've got the two different carts. And I think the potential for the storytelling here is absolutely immense. So look, I'm not sure that this series has generated that, particularly with the middle shot adding to these carts, the box carriage and then the food cart. So look, I think your storytelling is on the right idea. With a little bit of evolution, I think you have a very strong piece. So please keep going.
Thank you. Some lovely feedback there. Thank you, Tony. Could we have the next image, please? Sorry, judges, we've got a slight technical issue, so if you could just hold off entering your scores for a minute, please. Apologies, judges, just while we're waiting, I've got two different screens at the moment, so can we tell some people out in the live stream while we've got this bit of time? Craig, do you want to start us off with who are you, what you do?
I'm Craig Turner-Bullock. I am primarily a pet photographer. but I absolutely love to travel, and I've been travelling for the last 10 years, photographing dog breeds in the places that they come from for a book which I've now completed and will be out later this year. I also teach pet photography with my business partner Charlotte Reeves, who is from Brisbane, and she's down here in New Zealand at the awards this year for the first time. We'll be speaking at conference on Friday and holding a workshop on Sunday. And yeah, that's me. I'm a Grandmaster of Nzipp and have won categories a couple of times. So yeah.
Thanks, Craig. Let's go down to Tanya.
Kia ora, I'm Tania Niwa, based in Taranaki. I have been a member of NZIPP since I was in my 20s and now in my 50s. 25 years based in Australia, and where I had a boutique portrait and commercial studio. In New Zealand, I'm primarily working in the Māori economy, photographing documentary, commercial, aerial type imagery, and yeah, Grandmaster with AIPP and Master with Distinction with NZIPP. Over to you, Mike.
They've already done me.
What about your book?
Oh.
There you are.
Tony Stewart. I live in Templeton here in Christchurch. Work in a variety of genres, mainly commercial and event. I've travelled probably close to 90 countries in my lifetime, from top of Norway through to the Antarctic and most places in between, including the length of Africa. I love travel, and of course with family and kids you kind of get a bit of a dampener on that, but as that changes, hope to get out and about, and we've got a pretty magic trip planned for next year.
Thank you, Tony. Right, guys. You're building excitement. Okay. Right, well, the exciting thing is you can enter your scores now, judges, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 86, but there is an automatic challenge from Tony Stewart.
I went 91 and slipped this into gold for the fact, who else has seen this and thought this is straight out of National Geographic? There's a real Steve McCurry feel to this here. How do you label someone so violently in two languages? Put them behind bars to tell them they're not worthy. Yes, they're travelling on a train, but I think if you were trying to put people in a box and tell them they aren't the ones, this is how you'll do it. I think a very, very powerful image maker.
Thanks, Tony. I would like to hear from Mike Langford.
I gave this 82. I actually love it. Steve McCurry came to my mind as well. I think your interpretation of second class is a social interpretation, whereas I see it as an economic interpretation. So it's a matter of the extremes of those interpretations. I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. And close to the average, we've got Francis.
Yes, thanks for pointing that out, Tony. I was on 86, and yeah, I'd like to hear more, but I think I will be coming up because I had the sorts of the two languages in my mind as well. I particularly enjoy the graphics in this image as well, with the stripes, the bars running through the window, but also the stripes on his shirt. I think that works really well. The composition of the image is outstanding. Going back to the two languages, yes, also, I guess, considering the caste system in some of these countries as well. So it brings all these things together and makes me think, really, yes.
Thank you, Francis. Quick comment from
Just
Craig.
really quickly, I think I'm on 88. I'm coming up with you, Tony. It's all in the emotion of that girl's eyes for me as well. Like, that's really powerful.
Thanks, Craig. Back to Tony to wrap it up.
Look, yes, I understand that we have, in terms of India, particularly if this is where this is shot, there's a different concept of second class and first class. It's just a normal part of rail. But for us, with Western eyes, I think there's a very jarring offence when we sort of hear people labelled as such. But we could also transpose that into the culture where they have a caste system and it's very clear where you belong, and some people aren't worthy and some are. And I think there's a real intergenerational pain or placement when you see young and old, they're caught in this, they're behind bars, they're trapped, they're not getting out. And it's interesting, this follows the other image we'd seen previously about the stripes, this the sort of the blue and the white. There's that kind of almost a harking to Holocaust and Jews and bits and pieces there in terms of that colour palette. So I think it's a very powerful piece. If you can come to gold, I think that would be well worthy.
Thank you, judges. If you can rescore Inaine, and we will see where we've got to. That's a 90 gold award. All right, Tony, with all that work, you deserve a break. Jeremy Burns, do you want to come back to the panel? And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a 75. Mike would like to challenge.
I gave this an 82. I see this as a cultural thing that happens all the time, which is people doing soft sells. This is a person selling some tourist junk, I guess, to the photographer. And this is so direct. There's an eye contact that's absolutely direct but kind. There's a real empathy going on between seller and buyer. The buyer happens to have a camera that's taken a very nice photograph, so I see this as very successful.
Craig, what do you see?
I scored this 60. I see that kind face, and I feel like the depth of field choice and the lack of control in the lighting really just distracts me from that, and that's why I'm down there. I've maybe been a little bit harsh, but I certainly don't see this as a silver at this point.
Thanks, Craig. Tanya, you're closest to the average there. Not quite in the award range, but do you want to... No? Nothing to add? Might be back to you, Mike.
Yeah, I hear no empathy. Thank you.
And with that, please rescore this image. Oh, good grief. This is a 74, which has just dropped it out of the award range, unfortunately. But some good feedback for that photographer. Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. That's a 77. Yeah, you are the only one to challenge if you would like to. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I scored this 81. What a beautiful toilet block. It's very present in this frame, and it's clearly the hero. All the people in the background are just playing second fiddle to this really well-seen design layout. The flag in the sky on the right, the life-saving tower on the left. There's just a nice little synchronicity between these man-made objects against that sea of people and sea of sea. There's not a lot happening in the background with the people, which I kind of feel like makes this toilet block even more the hero. And there's a nice little lead-in with that, that walkway. I encourage you to come up a little bit and reward this photographer for this very simple, well-constructed scene.
Thank you, Jerbear. Can I hear? Can I have a comment from? Input from the other end of the scale. You're both ignoring me, Tanya and Francis. Come on, Francis.
Okay. Yes. I see what you mean. Actually, I thought it was a shower block, but it's actually a toilet block. You're right. Given it, looking at it like this way, yeah, that's a very interesting perspective. I think it's crafted well. I don't mind that there's not much going on the beach. I have it on a 75, and if you can tell me a little bit more about the story, I'd like to hear a bit more.
Thank you. Mike's been itching to say something for a while, so go for it, mate.
Yeah, look, I think it's worthy of an award for sure. I do think it's a stronger crop as a square on the right, which would take it into a silver, definitely for me. I just see the left-hand side as a bit of extra information that we don't necessarily need.
Come on, Craig. Go for it.
Really quickly, I'm on 76. Despite the fact that it's a toilet block, I think that colour palette is so pastely and lovely that it just makes me want to go and get an ice cream.
Right. Jeremy, back to you.
I think, Mike, if we crop the left-hand side out, there's something in there as well. Underneath the little, the icons of the male, female is a little AMS, which I presume is like a disabled access point, which I kind of find interesting that on the left, it just falls off. The boardwalk just falls off. Oh, I can't see. The boardwalk falls off into the sand, which adds a little bit of humour to this as well, in that there's no disabled access off to the left, that's for sure, and we don't know where the right goes to, or actually if it is connected to another footpath. So there's a little bit of humour in that. I think heroing that big yellow block of wall, I can't stop looking at it, and I don't care what's happening with the people in the background, which makes this even more fascinating to my eyes. And I think just having that little tower on the left bounces me back into the frame. I keep coming back to that yellow wall and I just want to stare at it. And the fact that it's got no graffiti on it is a miracle. Reward the photographer.
Thank you, judges. Good kōrero. Please rescore. And we have an 80 silver. Congratulations. May we have the next entry, please? Thank you, judges. We're at 77. Francis is going to take a challenge on that.
Yes, I have it in the 83. I found it, first of all, very pleasing and attractive to look at from the colour balance. But when I go in closer, I see all these little elements of the little wooden windows. Half of them fell out, half of them are still there. But what it does for me is that wooden panel on the front that is reflecting the rather neglected condition of the building. So it makes me wonder why such a beautiful building is so neglected. Was there a storm? Was there some weather? And then it leads me to the left, where that is the for the lightning. So just to the little string there going, which I believe is for lightning to not get onto the building. And then the birds just round it up nicely. So I just found it quite interesting to look at, new details to explore, and have another look at it.
Craig.
I'm at 74, and I do think this is a really solid professional practice image. I'm really comfortable staying here for several reasons, really. First of all, I think this is a mistimed capture with that pigeon in the middle. If it was outside of that space and in the sky, I think it would have a more pleasing flow to the way that our eye goes around the image. Then you've got those big black squares right in the middle, which have absolutely no detail in there at all. And I think that the sharpness and the light on the structure don't match what we see in the sky. It feels quite disjointed there, so I'm quite comfortable where I am at the moment.
Tanya, you're right where the scoring has landed. Do you want to talk to it? Yep.
Yeah, like Francis, I scored the 77. I appreciated the primary colours, the red, yellow, and the splashes of green. But then also felt similar to Craig with what Craig felt. So, yeah.
All right. Did you want to add something extra and different as I said? No. We'll come back to Craig. Francis, losing track.
I see the points. Probably the light that has been photographed in was quite challenging in terms of the sky. I do agree to that. However, I found the composition and the color balance really nice and attractive. No details in the building in the little squares. Yes, because there is not much left because it's been neglected. So I don't mind that at all. It needs a good workover. It's sitting there saying, give me some attention. I'm quite nice and I'd like to be looked at a little bit more and maybe refurbished.
Thank you very much, judges. Please rescore. And we have a 78. That is a strong bronze, and every point counts. So that's great. Can we have the next image, please? Thanks, team. And we have an 80, a silver award. Can I have a comment for this photographer? Somebody? Jeremy? Yeah.
Yeah, I scored this 81. It's there's a lot to look at in this photo, which is really pleasing to the eye. The balance of thirds, the crop is really nice. I would maybe just come down a little bit more from the top and just reduce that whiteness above. I think that just pulls you out of the scene a little bit too much.
Thank you. And on that, we're going to have a judge swap. Francis, you've done a good stint. Take a break. Tracy, Scott, welcome to the panel. You can bring your coffee with you. Haven't had a chance to drink it yet. And we'll have the next image, please. And the print scores 76, a bronze award. Tracy, you got a constructive comment?
Lovely lighting here. I think if you had straightened up your verticals on the left-hand side and just watch your crop at the bottom, it might help the image.
Thank you. And can we have the next image, please? And that is a 75. Yeah, go on, Craig.
I just snuck this in at 81 into that silver range, mostly because of the humour I see in this. I think that she's probably tired and is yawning, but somehow it's ended up looking like she's rocking on with her headphones and having a great little party to herself, and the lights behind kind of evoke that kind of disco feel that she's having silently. She's at a silent disco, this lady.
Mike, how do you feel?
That's very novel. I'm glad you brought that to my attention. I actually just saw a yawn. I found it slightly oversaturated. I gave it professional standard, and I think I'll probably be staying there.
I think that's right back to you.
All right, well, I'm on my own on this one, obviously, but I love the humour in this, so congratulations to the photographer.
Thanks, Craig. And please rescore, judges. And 75, bronze award. Next image, please. Print scores an 81. Tracy's going to challenge that though.
I've given this an 86. I absolutely loved sort of the humour in this, but there's also they're almost like it's a cookie store. It's a handmade cookie store, and some of these guys look young, fit, and able. But I noticed the youngest, fittest, and most able looking on the right hasn't got shoes on, which is making me wonder whether these are like drug addicts. These are sugar addicts. Are these people diabetics? Is this why they're all in mobility scooters and they're all rode up outside their drug store, which is their cookie store, waiting for their next hit of cookies? It's a very unusual image, and again, it talks to me of a culture that and a place that I've never seen. It's been beautifully cropped and handled and composed, and I think it's deserving of something a bit more.
Thanks, Tracy. Before I come to you, Craig, I'm going to give Mike or Jeremy the opportunity to speak to the lower end of the scoring range. Duke it out.
Yeah, I scored this 81. I'm in there.
Seeing as you haven't started, actually Tanya is in the lower scoring range. She thought she was going to get away with that.
Yeah, I toyed between bronze and professional practice. I found the mode of transport very novel, so as far as documenting this was great. Then looking through, exploring the image, and just seeing the person exiting the building, the cookie store, just that we can't see that person's face. And I think if we could have, that would have been an extra add-on. And the little boy behind the man in the yellow, just a little bit growing out of that person's body. That they were just the things that held it back for me. Other than that, yeah, I think it's well seen.
Thanks, Tanya. Craig, you were keen to chat?
Yeah, I scored at 82, and I really enjoyed the feel of community in these people. And you know those cycle clubs, and they go out on a Sunday and go and get coffee at the end? Well, they've been out on their Sunday ride, and they're going to go and get their treat. And then I thought that little drain, circular drain in the bottom there, looks like they've been out doing donuts.
Thank you, Craig. Jeremy, I felt like you got press ganged into that, so that's why I didn't come back to you. But if you did have something to contribute, you can. No, you're good. Good. Back to Tracy.
Thank you, Craig. Maybe not a donut, but maybe a cookie. Yeah. Yeah. I just think it's quite unique and well seen and well presented to us. So, yeah, I would love to see a little bit of movement up if we can't get to silver distinction. You know, a good solid silver. Just see what you can give me.
Thanks, team. Please rescore. That is an 82. It's one more point, and every point counts. Silver award. Next image, please. All right, you now may enter your scores, and we have an a 75. Go on, Tracy. Give it another go.
I scored this a silver, an 83. I just felt that this was so beautifully handled, everything has been cropped exactly where it should be. It's been exquisitely lit, and the post-production is beautiful. The lovely contrast of the orange and the blue works so well together. It tells me of another place and another culture and somewhere different, somewhere that I haven't seen or been to. And I was just rewarding the photographer for the amount of work they've put into producing a immaculate image.
Thank you, Tracy. And Craig was, I think, at the lowest end.
I wanted to be there with you, Tracy, but I actually didn't get that precision and well-handled appearance from this. The terracotta struck things at the bottom corners are not perfectly in the diagonals. The image isn't perfectly symmetrical, and the highlights in the middle are a little bit hot, and so I didn't get that same feeling. I was on 71, and I think this is really good, solid professional practice, but I would definitely like to see that precision and tonal control to take it into the awards range.
Thank you. Mike Langford?
Just to add to the criticism, sorry about this, but I find the two top corners being the brightest part of the picture really drags my eye up to both those corners. And I keep saying, why have they left them in? Because my eye would stay within the picture a lot more if they weren't.
Some food for thought, Tracy?
You're referring to the two little blue bits? Yeah, to me they balance off the blue in the centre. Yeah, they hold it. It gives it something more symmetrical again. Yeah, I can't add to that, no. So, yeah, if you can give it a couple of points.
The initial score was 75.
Yeah.
So please rescore. And we have 76. That is another point, and it is a bronze award. Mike, would you like to take a break? Done a good stint of judging. Roger, do you want to jump back in? Roger, over and out. And we'll have the next image, please. We have a 77. And that is... Roger, you've got to make your mind up quicker. A 77 is a bronze award. Can I have a comment for this photographer? Tracy? Oh, Tracy has got my eye first, sorry. Craig?
Right-hand side, just be careful of those bright highlights at the bottom that are catching the attention, taking away from the centre focus of the lady.
Quick, Craig.
I think this is really beautifully composed, except for those edges, and unfortunately the feet are the sharpest part of this, so yeah, just attention to the focus.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a 76. It's a bronze award. Can I have a bit of feedback for this photographer? Yeah, Craig?
Congratulations on the bronze. I think there's a really lovely framing element there with the guy on the tractor and the palms above it. The highlights on the birds are a little bit blown, and I would really have loved to just seen a little bit more of that reflection, even just to complete the one where the bird has got its wings outstretched. I think that would be really nice to see at the bottom there.
Thank you. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a 77. Yep. Go for it, Tanya.
I scored this 81. I was really fascinated about how this image came together, and it wasn't straight away that I realised I'm looking at a moving figure in the centre of the image, and then this arm coming out. I'm like, how is this done? I found just for the uniqueness of what we've been being presented here, this is why I awarded a silver. And I did note that the right-hand side is a wee bit bright, so that's why I gave it a low silver. But I thought it was really a very cool image.
Thank you. Tracy, sitting outside the award range.
I scored this a 73. I did really enjoy that technique that had been used and the fact that the hand connected. I just found everything from the left to the pole was just too much. It just took all my attention, and if that had been cropped out, I would have been there with you.
Thanks, Tracy. I'm going to go Craig.
Yeah, I gave this 82, and I thought that connection between reality and the painting is really interesting, and I think you can read that in different ways, whether it's a handshake, whether it's the meeting of cultures and a mutual understanding. I also see those bars on that left of the frame are necessary in my opinion, because it's like there's the bars and then there's the person, and then maybe they're pulling them out and freeing them kind of thing. So I thought there was a bit of a few different ways you could interpret this that was worthy of putting it into the silver range.
Thank you. There's a bit of support there, Tanya. Do you want to bring it home?
Yeah, thanks, Craig. And to add to that, the shapes of the balloons in the top are repeated in the texture of the steps below. So I think it brings it in really well. And I love that there is that window on the left to repeated by the picture next to it. So I'm asking you to come up to silver.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this image. Presently on 77 in the bronze range. And we have an 81 silver. Next image, please. Oh, we've got a 73, a professional standard. Some feedback for this photographer to make an improvement, Jeremy?
Yeah, I think the scene is really nice, and the leading lines and the composition is great. But I think there's just too much happening in there for your eyes to grasp on any one thing. So you're just being pulled around the frame a little bit too much.
Thank you. I'm going to do a little judge swapping. Tanya and Craig, thank you very much. Please take your time, take a break. And Bex and Tony, please rejoin the panel. You can get some lunch. Next image, please. And we have a 76 Bronze Award. Can this photographer have some constructive feedback, please, Roger?
Beautiful portrait, wonderful face, love the hands. Maybe look at the background a bit more, it's sort of competing with the head, and watch the highlights, and maybe a bit more emotion, but yeah, well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a 72. Just a professional standard. Can I have some useful critical feedback? Tracy, thank you.
Beautiful colour palette. The two work really well together. Especially the image on the left, I feel the face isn't as sharp as it should be, so that held it back for me.
Thank you. Yeah, you can. Yeah, go for it, Jeremy.
I think when you're putting two images together, you need to think about the connection between the two. And unfortunately, I just get this heavy feeling that this train is like right on line for that little boy, just the way that it's leading into the frame. And I can't help but feel that darkness about this photo that unfortunately the alignment of these two is bringing to what's being presented.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a 69. You go on, Roger, I think you have to.
I scored it an 82. It was a bit humorous. I thought the photographer brought something to the interpretation of this image, which I thought was worth rewarding. I think they saw the same as I did, which was a nose and two ears. And they chopped off the eyes, perhaps. It almost looks like an elfin sort of interpretation. So yeah, and I mean, that aside, it's a beautiful colour palette, and the green doorway or window way just sings at you, really. So look, I just rewarded a bit of humour and a bit of some of the choices the photographers made.
Tony Stewart.
I'm on professional standard, and I'm disagreeing, Roger, with, by definition of where this is, more than likely a viewing platform, and I'm really struggling to see what the photographer has brought that's different. I'm looking at the base of the turret. It almost looks like it's been damaged or burnt, or there's something going on that makes this place unique and special, and I'm kind of wanting to understand more about why it's there, and in fact if it's damaged and rotted or fire or something, but I don't really have any clues to that. I'm left sort of feeling uneasy with understanding what I'm given.
Thanks, Tony. How about Tracy? Tell us where you're at.
I scored the 74. I struggled with a bit like Tony, the lack of information. I did enjoy the shapes, but I found that the background looked like it had been burnt in quite hard, and the colour didn't, it gave a dark edging to everything on the edges there, and it just almost looked banded. It didn't sit well. I did enjoy the shapes though and the colours.
Thanks, Tracy. Roger, it's back to you.
Where are we sitting in professional standard at the moment? Yeah.
Yes. Current score is 69.
Let's see if we can get at least into a bronze. Look, I mean, I think if you stand on a viewing platform in front of a beautiful building, the obvious thing is to include all of it. And so the photographer's chosen not to do that, and then they've made a series of choices, and they've done it in a symmetrical way, and they've created a series of triangles, haven't they? But to me, the choices they made are slightly humorous in terms of the colour palette, and I did sort of see elf-like ears, which might fit with that sort of area, and a nose. But it's slightly imaginative, but I think it's at least better than the professional standard.
Thank you, Roger. Sorry, I'm still working through the process here slowly. Should better score again now. Thank you, judges. We have a 71. That's a couple of points and some good discussion for the photographer. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a 73. That is a professional standard. Can I ask for a comment from Jeremy?
I feel like there was there would have been a lot of energy happening at this scene, but I don't feel the energy coming through in the frames that are presented to us from that, and it's kind of mostly evident in that first frame, which sets up this set of 6, where she's stopped and propped for the photograph, but there's not a lot of energy coming out of her, and I think you just need to let the moments happen and capture them as they're happening, and then present us with that energy and try and replicate it.
Thank you. Next image, please. Nice, consistent scoring team. We have a 77. That's a bronze award. So, Tony, you'd like to give us some feedback?
I think a really brave choice to show portraits of street vendors with motion. So very, very well anticipated. Good job. However, the third image is probably not lacking the same motion and speed and direction to go with the other two. So I'd really urge to have a series to have some uniting elements to flow through, so the three of them do read together.
Thank you, Tony. Next image, please. And we've got an 82. Yep, I thought so, Tony, the way you were furiously writing.
Yeah, look, I just took some notes here. 88, silver distinction. A couple of the wee things there just to read into in case you've missed them. Each one of these 6 images has a real sense of motion and activity and busyness. And the key that brings them together is the female figure with her head covering, which lands us in an Arab place that I'm reading. With that, there's this overarching sense of danger that is around every corner. There's motion, but are they running from fun or is it running from anticipation of something bad? And I think there's a little bit of cultural input here that we as Kiwis probably, this is not how we live our lives. There's also no grass. This is also urban. This is their playground. This is their neighbourhood. So the 6 images of neighbourhood for good and bad. How about we look up there too at someone who's urinated on the steps? You know, you're seeing this neighbourhood for good, for bad, for the fun and for the impending.
Thanks, Tony. Jeremy Burns, back to you.
Thanks for the description, Tony. I was looking at these 6 images as individuals, trying to see if there was like a value in each of them that was bringing something unique to this set. And I really did want to love them. But your description actually is helping me. I didn't see the darkness in terms of the geography of where it might be in terms of the danger. And that is helping me connect the dots in terms of the lack of expression. And amongst the joy that's happening, the only one really that seems to be smiling is the woman with the white head covering, which is kind of a little bit ironic with kids, right? So I'm listening. I'm prepared to change. I'm on 77, but I'm listening.
Bex Kempton.
I'm on 83. I'm going to come up to silver with distinction for all of the reasons that Tony said. Yeah, there's a lot going on here, and I think the photographers brought a lot to the image in the way they've captured that motion and that emotion. So yeah, well done to the photographer.
Yeah, quickly, Roger.
Yeah, just quickly. The one thing that's come to me now is if you look at the kids in each image, their poses are not comfortable, are they? They're sort of, they're not joyous, and that speaks to me something about their lives, I guess. So yes, I'll be coming up.
Thanks, Roger. Tony, wrap it up.
Absolutely. So we have a description here of kids' lives, very different to what we know here in New Zealand. It makes us realise how privileged we are and a sense of freedom when you see there are people being brought up here within confines, urban confines, danger around the corner. They're trying to have fun, but there's also a huge level of discomfort. So a very, very clever piece, silver distinction team.
Thanks, team. Let's rescore this image and see where it lands. Started on 82. Now it's an 87, so with distinction. Let's have the next image. Got distracted. We have a 76, and there is a challenge available there for you, Tracy, if you want to take it. You're in the next award range.
I scored this, I snuck it in at 80. I enjoyed all the textures, the colour palette. I enjoyed the fact that this woman is literally, her backyard is a cage, and she has her phone, and her outlook is pretty grim, and her view is even grimmer. New Zealand building code would never tolerate this. And I think it shows us somewhere that's very different from where we live, and a very different lifestyle. It talks about somewhere quite different to here. So travel is all about experiencing different cultures, different places, and this is a very different place. And I think it's very simple, but it shows us exactly that.
Okay, Tony Stewart.
Again, professional standard for my score. Look, I think it's the shot that you see as you're wandering around the street in bits and pieces. I guess I'm wanting to see a little bit more connection with this woman's place, but I get it. She's in the cage. She's living in an apartment. So look, I'll come up to a bronze and in recognition of those things, Tracy.
Thanks, Tony. Rebecca, you can. Roger's sort of in support potentially.
Yeah, I was in silver. I mean, really, just the sadness in this, really, the sort of this decrepit, decaying place, and the woman's sole solace is her phone. This sort of elderly lady who even she's been sucked in by the technology, the allure and addiction of modern technology, and she's numb to everything else is around. As long as she's got her phone, she's okay. So I rewarded that for that sort of sad connection, if you like.
Tracy gets write a reply, guys, before you.
We often travel because we think that the grass is greener on the other side, and that we live in this little island and the whole big world must be better. And then you travel to the other side of the world and you see this and you think, actually, life's pretty damn good here. I think it's a nice statement on travel.
Thanks, team. And now you may rescore this entry, and currently it's 76. That's a 78, strong bronze. Thank you. The irony that I was distracted by my phone during that first round of scoring. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a 68. That is a professional standard. Would someone like to give me some feedback for this photographer? Tony.
Look, as judges, we have a really limited time in order to read an image, and even now with a bit extra time, I'm still unable to connect the pieces that I'm supposed to be glued together. So look, a little bit more clarity is needed for us to be able to score it into a higher range. So maybe afterwards someone will explain it to me, and I wish I got it, but sadly it's a bit tricky.
Thank you. Next image, please. Just hang fire, guys. I just have a wee technical issue. I will try and get an honours person. Please stand by. While we're waiting, huge thank you to Lakestone Lodge, the sponsor for this category, and obviously to Canon, the sponsor of the NZIPP Iris Awards for 2025. Does someone want to tell us about themselves on the panel? Give us an introduction. Part 2 to Tony's. Oh, yeah. That's secret. Part 2 is secret. Roger hasn't introduced himself. Introduce yourself, Roger, while I confer with
Hi, I'm Roger.
honours.
I'm not a photographer. Can you hear me? All right. Yeah, I'm Roger Wanless. Been involved in the NZIPP for about 15 years. A Grandmaster. I've won a few awards along the way. My main job's in medicine, but that's fine. And probably the thing I'm most proud about is having produced and published and sold 3 books sort of nationally on New Zealand landscape. So landscape photography is my main thing. Yep, busy with 2 young boys, so yeah, it's all go.
Roger, you're supposed to be introducing yourself to the crowd. You did? Oh, someone else then, sorry. It must have been so short. There must be more about you. You're an interesting man.
Hello, my name's Jeremy and I'm from Canberra in Australia. Actually, I'm not from Canberra, I live in Canberra. I grew up in a regional place called Wagga Wagga. You know Wagga? That's Jeremy from Wagga Wagga. Yeah, that's me from Wagga Wagga. Yeah, there you go. I've been a professional photographer for 30 years. I estimate that I've shot way too many weddings, close to 1,000, if not more. For the last 10 years, I've been mostly focused on family portraiture. I love photographing in the environment. I love entering the awards. And since Australian Awards kind of fell in a heap, here I am. And this is fun, and I love being here. And thank you for having me and inviting me to judge.
And you've already got 3 new nicknames. Jer Bear. Well, Jer Bear, you'll notice in this time we've gone back to the previous image. I made a mistake. There was an automatic challenge for you, Jeremy, because you were more than 10 points from the average, and that is compulsory. And I didn't force you, didn't get the whip out. So we're going to revisit this, and you're going to take your automatic challenge, whether you like it or not. No. You're going to take up this challenge, and we're going to discuss this image.
All right, Tony, you wanted some help with this one. I scored this 78, so I had it as a bronze. I liked the weight. There were lots of things that I didn't understand, so I was trying to connect the dots, but I found a balance between the left image and the right image with the weight of the cave and the weight of the brick wall on the right, and I felt they were kind of related. And there's a really nice line that leads out of that first frame with the wall in the background going through the head as well. So from a point of view of design, I actually felt it was quite harmonious, but I still have lots of questions like you about the why these three are put together. But from the point of view of a balance between the left and right, I like that emptiness and that solidness of the wall, and that's why I scored at 78.
Thank you, Jer Bear. Rebecca Kempton, can I hear from you?
Yes, Joe's Flair, I'm here. So I scored the 60 in professional standard range. Yep, probably similar to what Tony said, quite confused as to what is going on here, and I don't feel that harmony. I also think the time of day is really jarring these images as well. There's just so many highlights, and I think if it was shot at a different time of day and perhaps handled a bit differently in regards to details in different areas, that it could have worked a bit better. I'm just looking for that story, and I can't quite see it. Sorry.
Thanks, Bex. Tracy, you were pretty close to the initial average.
I scored the 69, high professional standard. Or professional standard. Like Rebecca said, I struggled with the storyline. I do wonder whether it's, we're approaching a temple or something, and we go through that archway into where the head and the sculptures are, and then you climb up and there's this kid running along. But to me, it's more the child on the right. I can't quite connect with the others. It even looks like it's in a slightly different place. It just doesn't quite gel. So I struggled to pull it all together.
Thanks, Tracy. Back to Jeremy.
It would be remiss of me not to fight for this image, considering that I was over 10 points from the average. Just looking at it again, there is a line that goes right through all three images, which connect all three of them. I think the child in that last frame brings some perspective into that last image, which does help me with the scale of that wall versus the scale of the cavernous shape on the left. So, from a design point of view, I think it looks pretty. That's a really shit description. I apologise to the photographer, but if that's what you were going for, was a strong graphic, then it's working towards that. But I think you just need to work on the content and the reasons why, and just connecting those a little bit better. But 78. Give the photographer a couple more points.
Thank you, Jeremy. Please rescore this team. Some good discussion, which the photographer will hopefully benefit from. To how to improve the imagery. Oh, you do need to resend your score, Jeremy. And we have 68. That is a professional standard. Great bit of discussion. And my apologies for flubbing the process slightly. And let us have the next image, please. You may commence judging again, and if you treat this like you didn't see it before and start again. Okay, we have a 76. Tracy's going to challenge that.
I've given this an 84. I absolutely love the way the dog's ears are echoed in that yellow hook. The dog is sitting perfectly under it, looking the right way. It tells us about the train, it tells us about the dog. The dog lives on the train tracks. Often in places like India they do, and often the reason they do is that the movement of the trains keeps the flies off the dogs. They love it. They love the cool air rushing past. So they live in very precarious places, these dogs. That little hinter track tells us the rest of the story. I think the dog's been placed beautifully within the frame, the colour palette. It's a very simple image. I'm not asking for a gold. I'm asking for a simple silver. But I just think it's beautifully put together. And there's a little patch of light that the dog's sitting in there. And I think it's just been nicely handled and worthy of a silver.
Thanks, Tracy. Can I hear from Bex?
Yeah, so I'm sitting on 60, professional standard. I think this is a bit of a grab capture. Using a long lens, well seen. I do see the humour. I see a top hat actually sitting on top of the dog, which is quite sweet. But I just think the whole bottom part of the image does not need to be included. I feel that it could be quite more of a powerful image cropped differently. That's sort of really distracting, pulling my eye down. It's bright, it's out of focus. And I think even a long panoramic with the train track, with the dog, and I think there's more to this image potentially, and it's been cropped like this. And I think there's such a stronger image in there, and I don't think the photographer has made the most of what's in front of them there. So yeah, but I'm listening.
We've got a couple of people close to the bronze range. Roger, did you want to talk to the middle?
Mostly agree with Rebecca's comments, really, particularly the cropping. The only other thing I would add is that the dog's looking away from the frame, and I mean, to make it stronger, the dog could be either looking at us or looking at something else that we can see, I guess. It just, it does smack of that. That's just what it was doing at the time, which doesn't necessarily make it the best interpretation of the image. So yeah, it sits in a bronze, in my opinion.
All right, Tracy, back to you.
I believe that personally, I believe that the train tracks balance out the lines, the brown lines at the top. You get the brown lines at the bottom, which gives you that sense of balance. You've got that beautiful curve of the ears with that yellow, and the dog is looking into the frame. You've got that little bit of space there on the right for the dog to look into. If it wasn't looking that way, it would be looking the wrong way. If it was looking straight at you, it probably look too obvious. This is a dog in its natural environment. This talks about this country and how these dogs live. It's not a set up posed shot. Probably is taken with a long lens. I just think it's been beautifully seen and sympathetically cropped and worthy of a small silver.
Thank you, Tracy. And can we please rescore this one? We have a 74. It's a professional standard. We will accept that. Good discussion and some beneficial advice for the photographer. Can we have the next image, please? All right, we have a 73. You going to challenge that, Roger? Go on.
I hope I've interpreted this right. I think this is an image about communication, isn't it? It's those figures are some sort of advert for mobile phone. Certainly, one of them's holding a phone. So that's modern communication, or a picture about a mobile phone. And then in the background, you've got the old-fashioned communication where people are actually talking to each other, for goodness' sake. So I kind of quite like that. Apart from that, the focus on the sort of decrepitude of the building, that sort of choice that the photographer's made, and they've made us search through for the figures through the archway. So yeah, that's why I gave it an 80.
Thanks, Roger. Tony.
I was on professional standard. I found overall quite busy with the sort of the mural and the cracking and the people through there. I felt a little bit confusing as to the intent. The two figures, the ladies there, don't seem to be engaged. One's looking away and so one's looking in. So I didn't really feel there was a connection. I didn't necessarily feel there was a relevance to the mural. And I think one of those things that when we're travelling, we get caught up and we see the bright and the beautiful and the punchy, but that alone doesn't necessarily make a picture. So we kind of need to make that work together and connect. But I do pick up your point, Roger, with the mobile phone, and I did like that comment that you've got that old-fashioned stuff with the older people. So I certainly will give credit to that.
Thanks, Tony. If no one else is burning to contribute, I'll come back to Roger.
There's one other thing I picked up, I guess, which is that hand. It looks like a skeletal hand, doesn't it? And these people aren't young, so maybe there's a nod to our own not our immortality, mortality, I guess. Yeah, let's see what we can do.
Let's see what we can do. Please rescore. That is a 74. One more point. It's not nothing. Good discussion for the photographer. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. Can we? Oh, we have a 76. Yeah, go on. You got a chance to challenge Roger. And I've got some lollies here for you if anyone needs a sugar hit. They'll be coming along.
I gave this an 80. I'm hope. Should I wait for people? So I gave this an 80. I look. It's an interaction, isn't it, between I guess between a street salesman and a customer. It's just such I feel an unusual choice of position for the photographer to produce a pleasing arrangement of all the figures in the frame. Really, you can see what's going on. You can see the details of what's been sold. I love the inclusion of the bush. I think the spacing around it's nice. It gives enough room to breathe, and it's been well handled in terms of technical side of things. So I'm not asking for a gold, but I'm asking you to come up towards the silver.
Thanks, Roger. Tracy?
I scored this a 73, professional standard. There's good placement of the elements within the frame. I felt a bit blocked by their backs, and the light was a little bit flat. It just didn't bring about any great excitement to take it to an award level for me.
Bex, yeah.
Just want to jump in here. I scored this 78 bronze, but I'm going to come up to 80 silver. For me, there's actually a bit of a jigsaw puzzle going on here, and if you look at the curve of around from the handle of the motorbike round to her arm, and then him and his body shape, they could actually lock together. So for me, that really stood out graphically, and also in regards to the storytelling. it is a jigsaw puzzle. These two do lock together because they are trading with each other and interacting with each other in what they do. And I think it is a different point of view than we would normally see for these kind of interactions. I think it's brave to keep the right-hand side as well, but it shows just how lackluster and lack of life there is, in these streets, and plants are even struggling to survive, let alone the people. So for that I am going to jump up to silver.
Thank you. Back to Roger then.
Roger with a full mouth. The thing I forgot to mention before was that black glove, which I feel sort of connects the two quite beautifully. And the other aspect that I'm drawn to is just the body positions. The old man struggling to get down, don't we all know that feeling? To pick up something, but you can see hear every bone creaking, and she's just chilled out waiting. She's not offering to help, she's just watching and waiting for it to come. So I think there is a wee bit of story, and thanks Bex, that sort of connection through the jigsaw. I think there's more to this than meets the eye at first, and it's worth rewarding.
Thanks, team. Can we rescore this photograph? Initially on 76, and it's a 78. Stronger bronze. Congratulations. Jeremy and Tracy, do you want to both hop off? We're good. We got lollies. Thank you, though. Unless anyone else wants one. Jackie and Mike, would you like to join the panel? So everyone doing all right? We're on the home stretch. Can we have the next image, please? Oh wow, we have a 77. There is an automatic challenge, Roger, so I have to compel you to take it. I was waiting for you to do it of your own accord, but if I have to get the big stick out, I will.
Okay. The factory and the birds, the colour, the palette, I guess totally drawn by the birds and the positioning of the birds, and wondering why they're there. Are they living in that factory? Presumably they are. Beautifully captured. And the choices the photographers made in terms of what they've included and not included, everything, the frames just filled with something where there should be something. So building, subordinate buildings, birds to the corners, and a little bit of a hint of what's behind. So I think it's been it's a mixture of well-crafted, well-anticipated and well-executed bit of photography.
Thanks, Roger. Jackie, I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, 74. You've told me all the things I'm looking at, but what's the subject and why is it photographed? What's the emotion? Where's the story? I have lots of questions, and one of the decisions that the photographer made was also to photograph the building at just a little bit open oblique angle. So that's a bit looking around the corner without. Maybe that's not a great choice. Why is the bottom cut off? Maybe because it was really busy. But is it about the birds? Then make it about the birds. It's not saying something strongly. It's saying lots of things about small parts, but not in a strong way to me.
Roger, I don't think you announced your score.
87.
Thank you. No one else is grabbing my eye. Mike, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I gave the 76, which is a bronze, which is above professional standard, which means I saw value in the image, and I think that value is what you've described your image, Roger, and so I've said that with a bronze, which I think's well suited.
Thank you. Back to you, Roger, then.
Look, I think the subject is the building and the birds. The birds live in the building. To reduce it to something more tight, I think would be less effective visually. This fits well with the whole context of everything, and visually, the building is strong, and the birds fit with that. So, yeah, let's score.
Let's score. Indeed. And it's a 78. That is a bronze award. Next image, please. And that is a 79. Mr. Langford, go on.
I gave this 81. I felt there was a sense of culture, a sense of destination, sense of architecture. It's beautifully handled, it's correct timing. All the elements are ticking boxes, not exceptionally, but they're done well and well enough for a silver.
No one was too far away. Rebecca, do you want to
Yeah,
chip
I was
in?
on 77, really strong bronze. Yeah, enjoying all the shapes, everything Mike said. The woman, I think, is soft, and in my head it's either movement or it's not, and so it's kind of slightly blurred, but not enough to give that kind of real movement, and then it's kind of not on the other, it's not been captured still. So that I just really struggle with that. I do see the beautiful, elegant everything and the shapes on the top and all those other things, but that just for me really pulls me back. Sorry.
Roger, did you want to support?
I'm going to do both, I think. I scored it 80. I enjoyed all the things that Mike talked about. In addition, I enjoyed the light, dark light, if you like. You've got the white window, the black door, the white person. I thought that was quite well done. I wondered whether a different crop would be more would be stronger. But I also didn't see the elements that Rebecca brought up as well.
Thank you. Back to Mike.
It's not about the person. The person is just a reference to people in here. I agree that a bigger blur would have been stronger. I'm just asking for a silver. I think if all the elements were absolutely spot on, it will be a silver with distinction. So that's just a difference between your bronze and my silver.
Thanks, team. Evan, please rescore this image. Currently sitting on 79. Just 1 point away from the silver range. And a silver it will be, 80. Thank you. Next image, please. That is a 73. We feel like that's about right. So that is a professional standard, and I would invite a comment for the benefit of this photographer, Jackie.
there's a nice relationship of the two dogs and the two taxis. Perhaps to simplify it more, maybe it could have been in monochrome and taken some of the information away so we can really relate a bit more to those dogs and enjoy the story a bit more.
Thank you. Next image, please. Apologies. The assistant panel chair will be punished. There we have an 80. That is a silver. Well done. Can I have a comment for this photographer, something they could improve upon? Jackie again?
Yeah. There's a lot of this empty landscapes that are surround that alien centre, and I think that's the clinch to it. So maybe that frame down the bottom could have been a similarly empty sky, and so the horizons were lining up. Just my personal idea on it.
Thank you very much. Now, Rebecca Kempton, you may take a step aside, take a break. Mr. Turner Bullock, paging Craig Turner Bullock to the panel. Thanks, Bex. You're one of my 5 favourite judges on that panel. All right, next image. Okay, we have an 83. That is an automatic challenge for Roger.
Fingers crossed. Graphic, 90. Unusual graphic, well seen, and it's just the rhythm and cadence to this thing. Really, it jumps to me, that one guy in amongst this sea of boats, almost like sort of ants around there or flies on a window, but they're boats in the harbour, and the monochromatic treatment and the way everything fills the frame, but there's enough gaps in the frame. I just think it stands out as a piece of visual communication.
Jackie Rankin.
Yeah, it might be. I'm 77. What brought me to 77 and not in the silver range, let alone, sorry about gold, but there's an overall softness to the focusing? Is it a low pixel file that doesn't allow the details that you should be able to enjoy?
Looking at the image on the screen, not the TV,
yeah,
Roger?
Up here, yeah. It appeared to be all a little bit soft. I mean, I know they're boats. Maybe I don't need to see them show. I know that's a guy in a rowing. But the right-hand side, the shadows seem to be opaque, or not opaque, filled in sort of grey. But on the left-hand side, there's more contrast. There's some things that were taking my eye away from the story that you've got. I'd love my eye to go between that guy in the middle and the one up the top, but the diagonal is not quite centred for that. So maybe there was moments before when the boats were in a better, there would be a crop that would be allow my eye to fly around seen better.
Okay, Craig.
I wanted to speak in support of this image, but I will preface it to say that there is a but coming. I saw this in the run-through and I was really excited by it. I love the inky quality that you have in here. It's almost, ink and paper kind of look. I love that maze-like flow, that curve coming in, and that single boat with the character is the absolute focus of the image. But the quality is just not there and the focus is just not there for me to go higher. I scored at 84. I think there's enough within this for it to be deserving of that, but I cannot take this into gold when the focus is so far off.
All right, Roger, back to you. You've had your third look.
I've had several looks. The sharpness doesn't seem to be an issue. I do agree that maybe some of the highlights are blown up. But look, let's go as high as we can. I think expression beats perfection sometimes. It's one of those images I think you'll remember. It's one of those images I think you'll endure. And it's the simplicity yet the complexity, and it's a rhythm and space, and to see that in this situation, I think is deserving of reward. And one final thing, that when I first saw it, that second boat at the top right sort of irritated me, but maybe that's that's the boat that's leading the trophy boat. That's the way he's got to go. So let's score.
Let's score. Thank you, judges. And that is an 84. It's another point and a strong silver. After all that heavy lifting, I think you should go and give your arms a rest. Roger, if you want to take a break. Francis, come and join us on the panel. Help us get through the last few images. And we'll have the next image, please. Just a few to go, and we'll give them all as much attention and consideration as any image that we've had today. Remarkably consistent judging. That is an 82 silver award. And can I have a nice constructive comment for this photographer, Tony?
Yes, happy to. This framing with the poles and the bag and the line, I think, makes an extremely interesting composition. I would suggest a wee bit more contrast control and pulling down your the highlights, particularly to make it not quite as harsh.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. You guys are locked in. Consistent scoring. That is a 74. This is a professional standard. Comment for the author. Francis is already ready to go.
Yes, look, it's very well seen. It's a nice crafted architectural shot of a church. There are some beautiful windows there, and I just thought having a slightly different angle would bring out these windows a little bit more, so we could see a few more details. That would be sit nicely next to the concrete walls.
It's all right. Remember that? Yeah. Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Consistent, even scoring again, and a 72, professional standard. A comment for this photographer's benefit, please. Yeah, Craig.
I think this is a really nicely seen moment. I love those expressions, and they kind of mirror each other with their hand gestures. That stray shoe is a really nice little touch. But I do feel like we're looking down on these subjects, and I really want to be with them in solidarity, and so a lower shooting angle here would also help.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a 74. Can I have a comment for this photographer constructively? Tony.
Look, a real brave use of technique here with the multiple layers, some punchy colours, and that sort of lovely sort of bokeh that's going on. I think with a bright headless sort of jacket in the middle as our dominant feature, it kind of distracts from some of these other elements going on. So play around with the technique. I think you're onto something, and hopefully we can see something else evolve.
Thanks, Tony, and thank you, judges. That was our final image. Click to the last slide. So thank you all for judging today. You're a pleasure to work with, and don't disappear until we have our finals collection sorted. Belinda's over there on it now, gathering you. Thank you to our sponsor, Lakestone Lodge, and well done everyone who entered.